Peace and grand rising to the sovereign, original, indigenous, now divine heirs. Today is 2024, December the 29th on the ancient civic and moon calendar. It is 2025 on the ancient sun calendar already. And it is 5785 on the ancient Hebrew Israelite calendar, 10,066 on the ancient Yoruba calendar. It is 14, let's see, I believe it's 1440, I believe it's 1444 on the ancient Islamic calendar, and then it's trillions and trillions and millions and trillions and millions and trillions of years on the ancient Moorish calendar. For us, we've always been, there never was a time when we were not. So with that being stated, all rise and stand and remain standing into perpetuity and in alignment and accordance with the ancient Noahide laws as stated by this Holy Congress. This is a sovereign living ancient Article 3, Moorish American Al-Moroccan Universal Court action. We are the sovereign living justices and Ego Sum Pauline Denise Ritchie. My free chosen sovereign appellation is Light Tajiri Bay. All are in capitis diminutio nolo, in red ink, in proprio persona sui juris, in proprio solo, and in proprio heredes. We are capit et corpus juris legalis, which is our statement that we are the lawful and legal natural living head and body for our empire. All Moors are the original, indigenous, ancient, sovereign, Moorish American, Al-Moroccan ascendants of the great pharaohs of Kemet and of the ancient Moabites, Canaanites, Shemites, Israelites, Cushites, and Hittites. Our full faith and trust, our allegiance, our honor, our credit, and our energy are hereby vested in ourselves, for we are the people who are the original, indigenous, natural, divine, sovereign, ancient empire state for Morocco, which we are the Moroccan Empire. We're the de jure Moorish National Republic federal government. We are ancient Washington District for Columbia. We're the Universal Moorish American Consulate and the Earth-wide Article 3 Moorish American Consular Court. Just one moment. We are the sovereign fiduciaries, original creditors, executors, trustees, trustors, divine ministers. We are the possessors, the grantors, and title trustors for all causes for action. We are peace. We are one nation, one state, one empire, and one God. We, the true living God nation, do hereby recognize ourselves, and we accept our sovereign divine ascension. We do possess in our custody all land, all natural resources, and all commerce. We are not at war, and we demonstrate all eternal, ancient, original sovereign rights at this time and at all points in time, nunc pro tunc, Islam. So let us, the first thing that we will to place on the table is a question, because this question is the preceding information for an announcement and proclamation. And we've made this announcement and proclamation before, but our job is to continue to state so that everyone is aware, so that no one is caught off guard and no one is surprised by what's happening and what's going to be happening in the next coming days, weeks, months, and much of it has already happened. So our question to the Congress is, what is the difference between a U.S. debt payment system and money? So what we'll do is go ahead and we'll lock the meeting now that everyone has had an opportunity to come. And then Islam. What is the difference between
Fiat is alive and well.
A U.S. debt payment system and money? Does anyone know the difference?
Islam.
Empress Aisha, and then Empress Shasha.
Well, the U.S. debt system is what it is. It's a debt system, and you can't pay a debt with a debt.
Islam.
And the money is either gold back or silver, the real money system.
Yeah.
Is they remodeling your house there, Aisha? They still remodeling your...
Yep. That is correct.
Where the fuck do you get this shit from, Pauline?
Hold on, Morris.
Aisha, you living in a dumpster, girl?
Let's get the foolishness out. Just a moment. Okay. Go ahead, nobility.
Come on, Aisha, tell us all about your Dhamma.
Okay, there we go. So that is absolutely correct, Empress, that you can't pay a debt with a debt. And no matter how many subjects in the office of court jester protest, you still can't pay a debt with a debt.
Right.
And they will to continue that, but they want to continue that, but that's not happening. It's just not going to happen. It can't happen.
Pauline, you're paying your taxes. It's on the public.
In fact, it's already done.
Okay.
Islam. Empress Shasha, and then the other Empress Shasha.
She didn't pay, so they took it away. Aisha didn't pay.
Go ahead, Empress Shasha.
Oh, she didn't pay, so
Islam.
they took it away. Aisha.
Just a moment. Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Well, I mean, nothing to add. I mean, it's the same thing. The fiat system, you cannot satisfy a debt with fiat. And the money is gold and silver. It's
yes.
du jour. It's real.
Yeah.
It's living. So that would be, I mean, I'm really repeating what Empress Aisha stated. One is living, one is dead.
It's important to repeat it, though. It's important that we state
on the link, Pauline pays some tax.
Because they can't. They want it to continue, but it's not going to. So they keep repeating the same thing over and over, and that's called, what they were doing was broken record technique. It's called programming. So Empress Shasha, we're programming as well.
You're doing the same.
We are reprogramming, and we are correcting things. So that is the absolute truth.
Yes.
That is the absolute truth. And so payment can actually be made with money. Yeah. You cannot pay with debt instruments, with the fiat system.
Correct. That is
and that was, that was, there's discharge and pay. They're two different things. So.
And see, now, this is important what you just stated, Empress, because what we have been doing in the previous era using fiat was a form of discharging, but it didn't pay it.
But that's right, because they're two different things. You can't, if something has no substance, has no value, is a debt, you cannot use something of no substance, of no value, which in fact doesn't exist. You cannot use that to make a payment.
No.
A payment, you have to be, it has to be valuable, and it is, you're paying a creditor. There cannot, and that's been the whole thing. We've been, misinformed, miseducated, mismovement, miss everything. But now it's fixed. It's corrected.
Oh, wow. It really, really is. Now, let me say this. The ones in the subjects in the office of court jesters put a link in the chat to something called property taxes. Ooh, I could just go right on in on what you said with the link. I could go right on in on that link. Property taxes were being discharged, not paid. And those because first of all, it was called a debt. There can't be debt on real property because real property itself is the credit. You see how they just played with the word. That's all they did was play with the word. And then handed us monopoly money, discharge notes, but it still didn't pay it because it's not real.
Exactly.
See? You see? Don't be mad. Don't be mad. Don't be mad about that. Don't be mad. It's not going to stop.
Oh, fiat is alive and well. Fiat is alive.
Don't be mad. It's a wrap.
You know, even when we look at that whole statement, and even as we in that other era believed, because we really only believed, because we were never paying anything, that we were staying on our, the bills and paying the bills.
Yes.
And if you think about where you had that ego, where people would look down on people who weren't paying their bills. I paid my bill. Nobody was paying anything.
No.
No one was paying anything.
We were never debtors in the first place.
We were right. They were never our debt.
Those debts don't belong to us.
They could never have been. They never could have.
It's a fair.
And I mean, just this whole unraveling, this unpeeling is such a liberation.
Yes. Yes.
Excuse me.
Islam Empress.
So since we did not have any debt anyway, and they had us under color of law,
yes,
is there a specific rule that we can pass from the government against them for that, to stop them from doing that?
Empress, I'll say this about that. We have to stop pretending like their word has some validity. We have to stop doing it because it's Babylonian. It doesn't have any validity. But it's only when we start picking up the phone and calling them as if they are the authority and they have some power to change things. We have to stop that. And that will stop all of that behavior. We've done it.
Okay.
We have to stop picking up the phone, calling out into the sea, trying to get them to do something on the land when we're right here on the land.
Okay.
Because that's really what the issue was, is they are lost at sea out there, and they keep calling, trying to see if they can get onto the land and do something, which they can't. We're already here. This is not a two-headed monster. It's not a two-headed monster. We have found out through our own demonstration that we should not be calling and talking to anybody on the phone about our affairs. And when I say that, I'm talking about people pretending to be bill collectors, people pretending to be Verizon, pretending to be the light company and the water company and the power company. Ain't no power but the Moors. But we should be sending documentation We should be doing that because that's the law. We should be sending affidavits and writs.
Homeless,
we absolutely should be doing that.
Even if we sign the bill, even just signing the bill is paying for it because our signature has funds behind it.
And when you do that, you're even validating that there was a debt in the first place. But okay, we have to write everything and we have to do it all. They cannot. No stranger, no third party interloper can do that.
Gotcha.
No third-party interloper can send you a letter and tell you anything about your affairs.
Islam.
Ifris.
Yes, Islam.
Islam.
So the difference between debt payment system and money is a difference between a contract. One, that's the difference. Who made the contract?
Yeah. Teach, Empress.
And then the next thing is the U.S. debt is based on slavery and colonization and that whole thing. And the real money is based on constitutional, sound principle, divine law.
Yes.
Real gold and silver.
Yes. Yes. And we write that in to our when we're putting the law out about our affairs. We just write gold, silver in there, and more sovereign delarium. I generally put that in there because we have to give the unit a name. We have to give the dollar unit a name. So we name it more sovereign delarium gold receipt. It's the receipt for the gold that belongs to us. That's what more sovereign delarium is. All it is proof that we own, that the gold is in our vault and nowhere else. And all we do is present a receipt that says, this is the receipt for the gold that we have, that we own, that's under our authority. So now we have here the difference between a U.S. debt payment system. Let's talk about that for just a moment. Question B. Are U.S. debt payment systems constitutional? That's a question.
You just said
absolutely not.
Islam, absolutely not.
And they're unconstitutional.
So you did say that, Empress. We're programming now. We are all programming those who hear this.
Yeah.
So that's why we repeat ourselves sometimes. It's because they put a TV in front of everybody and repeated things over and over and over and over until everybody thought, oh, yeah, we're U.S. citizens. And we got a bunch of debt we got to pay. They just, every month they sent a bill, quote unquote, having you believe that you owe. It's called broken record technique.
Mm-hmm.
They just record it and just keep sending it and sending it and sending it, seeing if you're going to rebut it or not, if you're going to rebut it or agree or ignore it. They hope you agree or ignore. We rebut. So now that we know
exactly what you do with your cult. That's exactly what you do. Broken record technique. That's all you do.
Now,
so could we come up with some statement of? Could we come up with some statement of consistency that
nobody buys your bullshit except people like Aisha?
Rebut that with.
Come up with a statement. What, Empress?
A statement that the whole council could use. Our whole government could use.
Property taxes, the big fat cow.
Go ahead, Empress.
I mean, if we had one statement and everybody was saying the same thing, it may hold more power.
It does hold more power, Empress. It's called a court action language.
Okay.
It's called the court action language. Because, see, you can make all the statements you want to make, but if you're not speaking from your court, it's not going to do anything.
And we can pay the bill with our go back money.
Of course. As soon as you create the bill, you got to create it, though. You have to restate the bill. Whatever it is, you have to restate it and then pay it with your money.
Okay.
Now, let me tell you how that works, because we've been talking about this and we've been actually doing it. We don't have a choice. We're doing it. What we've been doing when we recreate and restate the bills is we then go look at the process, the company process. So, for example, if there's a light company, okay, a resource, because, again, we're the CEO, we're the chiefs of all of that.
That's why Aisha got kicked out?
We're the chiefs of all of that, so that's not even a question. And we're going to point that out a little bit more, too, because, remember, we put something on the public record stating that there are no chiefs but the Moors. And we see that manifesting. We'll point that out in a little bit. But with regard to the bills, if the bill is issued by us, we can pay it how we will to pay it, and it's valid. If the bill is issued by debtors, you can't pay it with fiat, because you, like just as Empress stated, you can't pay a debt with a debt. So they just been moving that debt aside and kicking the can down the road and moving it aside, not paying it, even when you, like with this property tax thing that they put in the chat. I'm not going to pull it up because you all can pull it up. It's in the chat. But even if it says, oh, this has been paid, it really hasn't. It's been pushed down the road because you can't pay a debt with a debt. The fiat system was only supposed
her husband pays it and lets her believe.
The fiat system was only supposed to last 2 years back in 1913. This is 2024 on the civic calendar. 2024 on the civic calendar. So that thing is no more. The fiat system is no more. Everybody knows that. It's no more. So what we do is we pull up the light company's policy, because it's just a suggestion until we write it and make it the law.
Oh, fiat is alive and well.
It's just a suggestion until we write it and make it the law. So we pull up the policy by which bills are paid, and we restate that policy, and then we take care of it. However we take care of it. Okay? And just so that everyone is aware, we're not dead, so we don't have a dead pledge due, because we restate all of that. All that's been restated. Liened, levied, bonded, and all of that. We pay it the way we pay it, which is not even paying it, it's just an accounting mechanism. More sovereign delarium and gold and silver is an accounting mechanism, and that's what we use. Now, we're not going to let any other energy in here except for the right energy. So when we restate the policy, Empress Cynthia.
You did hear me. I decided to wait.
Go ahead.
I wanted to respond to a special statement about the debt.
Yes.
I feel that that the court language and the fiduciary document puts everything into proper jurisdiction. And with that being stated to whomever is making a claim against you about a debt, it puts everything into proper perspective.
Yes.
So I don't feel that me personally, I need a special statement outside of what those two document. Just those two. There are other things too. But those two main ones, they provide that for me. Yeah. And I don't hear from anybody after that when those documents go out. So I just wanted to state that. I yield.
You know, Empress Cynthia, thank you for that, because, you know, until people start demonstrating the way that you and I and we all demonstrate, until they do that, they're not going to be able to see. They're not going to be able to see that what we're doing is actually what it should have been done in 1913, all the way up. So with that being stated, all we do is write the process. Because, see, we got the lawful part. Lawful is nationality. The legal part is getting the persons and the places and the things in the right place. Okay? Mortgages exist only in two-letter states, okay? And we're not there. That's non-existent. WA is a two-letter state that we are not there. We are at Washington, which is a Moroccan Empire place and location. That's why we can use dollarium and gold and silver to pay. And it's just a measurement. It's a mechanism. It's a mechanism. Nobody where I am, don't nobody pull out no green fiat and pay for no mortgage. That just doesn't happen here. It doesn't happen. No one does that. No one does that. Let's be clear about what's really happening here. There's some ignorance going on in the chat about that, and we know where it's coming from, third-party interlopers, but we got them too. We got you. You're under our feet. So we've already shown where the debt payment system, that's all of those bank accounts, quote unquote, that people have not restated. It's not been restated. That's a debt payment system. We're here to tell you to make an announcement about that whole U.S. payment system. We're here to make an announcement about that, a proclamation about that today. That's why we're speaking, because U.S. debt payment systems are unconstitutional. So now let's talk, because see, this is already done. This is not something that's going to happen next year. This is already happening. The next question is, what happens now that U.S. debt payment systems are abolished? Because they are. They never were real in the first place. What happens to the person, to the debtor person? What happens to the debtor person? The Black Pauline Ritchie, which is not me. That's not even my person. That's not my thing. That's not who I am. That's not even a conveyance method for me. There are no Negro, Black, color, African American debtor conveyance methods that we use. None. So what happens to those? Now that we know the fiat system, the U.S. debt fiat system is finished. Now that we know that, now what? What happens to all those all caps, the black all caps? What happens to them?
It's not mistake.
They what?
They
along with all the debt, they are raptured away. Come on now, church people. Y'all know about the rapture? Y'all know about the rapture? That's called depopulation of the dead stuff, all the dead stuff. That already happened. That's not in the future. The Savior has already appeared. Just go look at yourselves. And you don't have to go anywhere to do that. Just look at your hands, look at your feet, look at your face. It's already done. So now those persons, because let's talk about that for a moment. Just a moment.
She has no evidence.
Those persons,
is her only
those persons.
Islam
nobility.
I just want to add on this. Like you said, it's already gone. They're just not saying it out in the public. But if you go on the FDIC website, it says by January 31st that no transaction ACH will be happening. So.
Well, let's look that up, because I hadn't seen it, but I know it to be truth because we're the ones who said it's a wrap. We said that. We stated that a long time ago. I'll just say cancel because I'm not sure what the language is. Let's see. Oh, we got some rejection codes and everything coming up. Let's see. I did not. Let's see if it comes up. Because see, a lot of the information, payment schedule, a lot of this is information that we will be using. If you have the link to that story, Nobility, can you put it in the chat? Just a moment. Yeah, if you have the link to that story, can you put it in the chat? Question D. What happens to all capitalized U.S. debtor persons now that the U.S. debt payment system is no more? And we just talked about that. Now, they go away with all the debt that was attached to them. But see, Moores, this is why we stated in the fiduciary document that even the capital letters belong to us, because we can create our own all capitalized person, living natural person. And we've done that. So we're not leaving a space there. Okay? Now, this is the proclamation that we're making. Please, everyone, we know this is truth. We know this already. Please prepare, and we've already prepared. All U.S. debt payment systems are terminated. Now, we stated this a few years back that the whole debt payment system has to go. And in its place, and not really in its place, because our system always has been, our ancestors willed that we just have our own stuff put there so that everything moves along smoothly, so that it's a smooth transition of power. So PayPal, Cash App, Google Pay, all Bitcoin wallets, all of that, Facebook Pay, Zelle, Venmo, cash registers, ATMs, apps, online vendors, and all other debt systems are terminated. That's not in the future, that's now. And some might say, well, but I can go to the grocery store this afternoon and blah, blah, blah. Good luck with that. And good luck thinking that in a year from now you'll be able to do that. Good luck with that. But we don't really mean good luck. We mean you might want to go ahead and rethink that. Because even just a moment. Even the ones who created it are telling you that it's no more, and they're trying to introduce a CBDC system, which is not That's a whole nother debt payment system. It's just more of the same. So it's not valid either. It's not valid. None of it is valid. So it's terminated. Finished, done, kaput. Decapitated, done. Finished. So please don't try to defend it because it's not going to work. Islam, nobility.
Yes, Islam, I'm just affirming that what you're saying is factual. And it's just this morning I was glancing through my Google News, and Elon Musk was confirming just exactly what you said about the entire system is bankrupt. Yeah. So just affirming what you're saying.
Yeah. Thank you, nobility. It's a wrap as soon as we said that it was some years back. It's just that it takes, this is a huge, our estate is huge. So it takes a while for actions and information and things to do what they do sometimes, but it's getting quicker and quicker and quicker that the manifestations are happening. So all of that is done. I have members of my clan who are not even, they don't even really ascribe to more science, saying the same thing. But they think that Bitcoin is going to be the thing, when Bitcoin is more of the same. It's still just a debt payment system. Islam.
I just wanted to affirm as well. I heard the news about this on TikTok yesterday, and yeah, they were saying that all the mortgages and all of that will be wiped out and zeroed out, and that basically they'll be moving towards blockchain or something like this. So yeah, I heard the same thing yesterday. I just wanted to confirm that as well.
Yes. So thank you, Empress. So now you all can see that the words that we speak here, because we spoke this years ago, we put the law on the record, because that debt system was not going to stop itself. Let me just say that. Everybody that was profiting in that debt system, they weren't going to stop it. We had to do it. And we couldn't just say it. We had to actually demonstrate it, write it, make it the law, come together, unify, agree, and put the law on the public record. And then put what's going to be there in its place. Go ahead and start getting our own payment systems and money together. And now we got stacks and stacks and stacks of it. Gold, silver, more sovereign dollarium. And they're saying blockchain. Think about those words, but pull them apart. When you block the chains are things that you put on slaves, right?
Exactly.
And when you block that means all that means is you put a stop to the slavery. You cannot be enslaved when you have your own money system. They weren't going to stop themselves, just so that you are aware. We had to do it. And you can go back and look at all those Congresses where we did all of that by court action. Now we continue to speak by court action. And there's some things we could show you that have happened, and you know, it's mind expanding, where money and money systems and payment systems and bank accounts are concerned. Our ancestors did not lie to us. So that is our special proclamation and law that we're announcing today. We said it 5 years ago. We said it 6 years ago. We said it 7 years ago. When we said it initially, and Morris, please know this about your words, about when you speak. Whenever we say something all of us together. When we speak like we've been speaking together, we make a proclamation and we say, okay, fiat is unlawful, debt is unlawful, we know we're the creditors. We put that on the public record. Then people start looking at systems. They start looking at systems. When we say that, they just look at the system and wait for the system to do as commanded. Because they already know the ancestors are going to give us the words to say to speak to our systems. They know that already. That when we say something, it's going to happen. You can take it to the bank. We're the bank. We command the banking system. So people started looking around and saying, well, let's just watch and see if they, you know, or see when they're going to do all of this. Because they know that we're fair. We give a time period. We give warning first. And for us, it's not warning. It's great news. It's the God spell. We state the God spell that, okay, no more debt, no more debtors. And then we give those who were caught up in that system by virtue of their status the time and the opportunity to hear the word, and then start making adjustments. And then when the time comes, because it's here now, we say, okay, this is what we said 5, 6, 7 years ago. This was the prophecy. And now the prophecy is fulfilled. And we're telling you right now, ahead of time, still, the systems have already begun to do as commanded. Some people don't have PayPal no more. Their Cash App doesn't work anymore. Their Bitcoin wallets don't work anymore for many. It just depends on where they are in the timeline. There are some who still have little use left of those, but that's about to be gone too. So they should take heed when it doesn't work and they try and get it to work again. Take heed that at some point it's not going to work. No matter, I don't care who you call, it's not going to work. Because the ones that you've been calling are offshore. And there are no offshore transactions and actions going on the land. No offshore, lost at sea stuff going on. None of that. That includes ATMs and all of that. So, and then our subjects, Elon Musk and Bill Gates, Warren Buffett, they are all subjects. So Donald Trump, they're all just going to say what we've been saying. Because then we say to them, okay, tell everybody, all the subjects that are under your, because you're subject in the office of president, you're subject in the office of subjects. Tell all of them so that the Moors who think they're subjects can hear. Because see, the ones who are actual subjects, they already know who they are. They're not confused. It's Moors that think that they are U.S. citizens and that Bitcoin is going to be the next payment system, blah, 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 blah. They're the ones who still can't hear. So then they have to hear what we're saying through the people they've been listening to. So we told them, we said, okay, now you can tell them that stuff ain't real and that it's not going to continue. You tell them. So, because they'll hear you. They won't hear the people that look like them. They won't hear their own brothers and sisters, but they'll hear Elon Musk and all of those actors. Okay, tell them. You can tell them now that everything that when people looked at Elon Musk and Warren Buffett and Bill Gates and said, ooh, they're the richest person in the world, they had the most debt. They're the biggest debtors. And just know that they don't want to be a debtor, so they're going to do as they're supposed to do. They're going to do as they're supposed to do. They're the best subjects. The more debt they have, the better the subject they are. Because that just means that they were wise with their debt. They occupied until we came. Because that's what the command is. Occupy until we come. Islam. Islam. Justice Shah Allah, were you going to make a statement? Just a moment. Were you going to make a statement, Justice Shah Allah? You can star 6. Okay. Okay. So that's our special announcement for today. Are there any questions, comments, wisdom? We will that all Moors hear this. Islam and Persephone.
I have a question. I'm trying to speak down a little bit so I'm not echoing. Every 3 months, the actors enact a government shutdown. And it always comes maybe about 3 days before the actual so-called drop dead deadline is. And this has been going for a couple of years. I'm wondering, are they sending us messages? Do we after all the work we've done here, do they need us to formally say they're shut down? I just wanted to hear your thoughts on what's up with that. Islam.
So, thank you for that, Empress Cynthia. What they're doing is preparing the sleeping Moors to wake up. That's what they're doing. And they're doing that at our word. All they're doing is watching what we're doing. And then when we say certain things, they know to say the same thing, but put it in a language that is at their level. So a government shutdown it's been in the works. And when we say government shutdown, all we're saying is that there is no government but us. But some people think Donald Trump and them is a government, when they're clearly telling you that they're not. They're telling you that they are a corporation. That's why he's bringing on corporate people who know how to handle corporate things, quote unquote. So all they're doing is letting everyone who is acting in that acting company that there's a shutdown that has happened, and they have to say it because they can't afford to pay them. Evidence of that is that why would someone like Elon Musk, who supposedly made $500,000 or $1 million or $30 million a year or whatever, why would he then go to quote unquote government work and make nothing?
That's not real evidence, Pauline. That's not real evidence.
Why? Because he's an actor. He's always been an actor. Okay, that's why. And the subject in the office of court jester is correct. That's not evidence because they're actors. That means it's not real. The true evidence is the fact that we're here right now and we've been telling people what a government shutdown really is. Now, it does not mean we're going anywhere or we're shutting down at all. It's kind of like it's kind of like in 1971 when they said, "Oh, the dollar is disconnected from the gold, and there's no more gold standard." That they weren't even talking to us. They were talking to others in the acting company, not us.
Islam. You know, what's interesting, they're even using some of the terms that we use these days. Listen this, it says, Dogecoin over bucks, Elon Musk bold solution for America's debt crisis. And it says, the Tesla boss warned of a de facto bankruptcy if the debt problem is not addressed.
It's done already. It's done already. Sorry, they're saying they're so speaking stupid that I listen. They're speaking in the past. That stuff is already they were bankrupt in 1933.
Yeah.
So, but see, again, they were going to keep acting until we woke up and said, "Okay, you can stop acting."
Wrong.
But there's a way to say it. There's a way to say it. The way to say it is to stop the fiat from moving. That's how you stop them from acting, is you stop the flow of the fiat. That's how you stop them from jumping around and acting crazy.
Point of interest?
Yes, Islam.
Okay, so I understand what you just said and all of that. And my question is, because the king is clearly involved in all of these operations that are going on. The crown, the so-called king, the crown, so-called crown, that corporation is involved, and they're making their waves on the land, and they're the ones that are claiming land and claiming property, and they're saying that they're not wanting to give up because they've invested 500 years or whatever it is that they've so-called invested into whatever they think they have done. So, I mean, that's also a big factor on the land. That's affecting everyone. So, like, what's happening? What's your opinion on that when it comes to those actors?
I don't have an opinion, but what I do have is our history and our laws. Our history and our laws, if they're saying 500 years, was fiat even a thing in 500 years ago? Was it? Was it? Was fiat being thrown around 500 years ago?
Well, absolutely not.
Okay, so then if someone is claiming land based on some fiat that they threw around 5 years ago, or 10 years ago, or 20 years ago, or 30, or 50, or 70 years ago, then what have they really done? Have they really bought some land or no? They've not. That's the answer. They've not. They haven't bought a thing. You can't buy land with fiat. Because it has
yes, you can.
Because it has to be substance for substance. It has to be substance for substance. So they don't have the title. We have the title, and guess what? When they start talking about a crown 500 years ago, they're talking about us. Because the pale ones weren't even, there never was a pale king. Never. Never. If you'll notice, the one that they were previously calling a king, talking about a King Charles, quote unquote, whenever you see him, he has on a suit like a butler. He has on a suit like a butler. The majority of the time he's walking around, he got on a black suit. Like a butler. Never was a king. Never was a king. And everybody knows that. Everybody's aware of that. Those were actors. They don't have the title. We can show you the title, though, to Buckingham Palace. We have it. We have it. And it's ancient. Now, let's just prove that really quickly. But we're going to prove it by definition.
Yes, give us the evidence.
You ain't sitting
we're
on
going to
no
prove it by definition. Let's take a look at the word here. Just a moment. Let's take a look at this word so that everyone will know where ancient documents even come from. Just a moment. Let's take a look here. Okay. Let's see here. Let's look at the word, the definition for ancient writings. Ancient writings.
That's not real evidence.
Documents.
That's just a fiction.
Quiet in this courtroom. Ancient writings, documents bearing on their face every evidence of age and authenticity of age of 30 years and coming from a natural and reasonable official custody. Let me ask you, where or who is the only natural and official custody? Who is that?
Islam, the Moors, us.
Hello. And I don't mean hello like hello back there. I mean, yes.
Yeah, yes. Yep.
That would be us, Islam Empress Imani. We affirm. So, Moors, this is the thing that nobody was going to tell you. You had to know it for yourself. That when you write an affidavit on Moorish government letterhead, it is automatically considered an ancient document. It supersedes all others. Did you know that? That your appellation and name change and judicial proclamation and your fiduciary document and the liens and levies and bonds that you produce, they're considered ancient writings? Why? Your blood is older than the ocean. That's why. That's why nobody else can even identify us. We must identify ourselves. That's why nobody else can even govern us. They're not old enough. How about that?
I affirm it has been proven that we are different, even from them. Whether they like to believe it or not, we are different. Genetically.
We created them. We're the God of them. So, yes, they're singing those praises. That's called worship. Pointing that out. That's called worship. So, there's no doubt in our minds about who everybody is. Because, see, again, the very first action in any court action is proper identification of the parties. You must be properly identified you must identify yourself. Nobody else can even point to you and say that's who that is. You have to say it first, and then everybody else can affirm it. And then once you've properly identified yourself, that automatically gives you the authority to identify all offices and all things around you. See, that's a Genesis 1 through chapter 6 action right there for those who look at the ancient Bibles, the ancient Biblios, and the ancient Quran, where it says there never was a time when we were not. That means there never was a time when our bloodline was not. And look at this. It says here, and we talk about ancient writings. They are presumed to be genuine without express proof when coming from the proper authority. The end. Look at this. Bonds more than 50 years old. When we create a bond, it's already ancient because the ancient bloodline said it is. Are admissible as ancient documents where they are on their face, free from suspicion as to their authenticity, come from the proper source, and are accompanied by some corroborating evidence. Corroborating evidence is a lien and a levy before that. And then here it says only the original copy of the deed, not even the record copy, but the wet ink copy can be considered as an ancient document. That's why we said, hey, Moors create deeds to accompany the titles for your property. Automatically considered ancient. Automatically.
That's not real evidence.
Automatically considered ancient.
Point of interest?
Yes, Islam.
No, I know you touched the subject of the fictitious entity that they created, that it dissolved void ab initio after you have done all the necessary documents.
Yes.
And all of that, it becomes void ab initio. So on their end, how can we enforce that action to make sure that they dissolve that without it coming up in any event or, anything like that? Because sometimes I've seen people who have done the work and, then they try to revive it somehow. I don't know what they're doing, but yeah, they're trying to utilize that entity.
So that's a great question. The answer to the question is rebut by court action. Just keep rebutting it. See, it's still broken record technique that they're trying to use. Whenever something comes up with that thing on it, you just rebut it properly. So that's by court action and stating that you have your own.
Would you say they are still trying to have everyone under occupation?
See, here's the thing, I guess I'll have to do it. I wasn't going to do this, but I'll just do it. I wasn't going to do this part until maybe next week, so let me just pause the screen sharing for just a moment so that you all can see us on the screen. Can you see me on the screen? Just one moment.
Yes.
Hopefully, stop the screen sharing so that you can see. Okay. So we're talking about the Negro, Black, Colored, and African American person that they created, because that's really what that is.
Correct.
And what you're saying is that they keep trying to revive it and keep trying to use it.
That is correct.
Okay. So let's just say, and please forgive this, this might seem like child's play, but it's actually this simple. This is a Negro, Black, Colored, African American that has a birth certificate created by foreigners. Okay, let's just say that that's who this is. Mm-hmm. This is the Moor. This is the one we created. We must create our own person, and that's just done by documentation. Okay. When this one is always put forth and they keep saying this one has an arrest warrant, this one has a ticket, this one has a mortgage, and all of that, that's actually true. This one does have a mortgage and all that debt and all of that. But when we create our own living being, this one there can't be two heads. This one has to go away. Okay? But we have to create it for each and everything, because see, government is a lot of ministry work. It's a lot of paperwork. That's why they were called an administration. Okay? So now let's say I created it and I did all the lien, levy, and bond on this one. I did a lien on this one and a levy on the property that this one was claiming. And then I used my person and bonded the property to my person, okay? Then this one doesn't have anything to do. This one doesn't have a job. It doesn't have anything to do because it's not bonded to anything. It can't claim anything. And then we just keep stating that, like living record technique, okay? And then I did it for the mortgage and stuff like that. But now they're trying to say that there's a parking ticket out there or a warrant out there. And they're going to say, and these have the same name. They're both bears. They have the same name, but it's not the same because this one right here, the birth certificate that identifies this one was not created by me. So I'm not this one. I'm not this bear. I'm this bear. My person, rather, not me, but my person is this bear. Okay? So now this bear doesn't have any debt, warrants, none of that. No, it can't be. This bear cannot be summoned to a fake court. Only this one can. So this one does not have to go there. I can send that. I, as the fiduciary for this one, can send documentation saying you got the wrong one. You're speaking to the one you created, so you deal with it, not me. I don't have to deal with your court stuff. That thing you created, you got the birth certificate for it. I don't have that. It's evidence in a case, though, so I do have it in that manner. Our courts have custody of the fraud that created this one. But this one is not my person. I'm not even going to control it.
Utilizing it.
I'm not going to try to be the authorized representative of it because it's dead. So we let them have theirs, and we have our person, and we say, okay, person, if you want to go out and get a whatever you're going to get, go out there, and we'll use this person to receive it. We'll let this person receive it because this person is a minor living person that can receive, and then we just tell this person, okay, now you receive this, and because I'm the fiduciary, I'm going to go ahead and decide how this works. I'm going to decide, how if there's a property or anything like that, I'm going to decide how this bear right here does the property, what the bear does with the property. We use this bear's name, but I'm the one making all the decisions because I'm the fiduciary and I'm the adult. I'm the elder in this relationship. I'm of the majority, and this is the minor. Not the minority, but the minor. Islam.
So the black bear would not have some asset tied. Hold on, what happened just now?
Yeah,
you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, right. You went off screen. Right. So I was saying the black bear, does it not with the birth certificate have money, let's call it estate tied to it that the brown bear can claim as its own now? Yes or no?
So the answer to that question is that the black bear only has debt, death, and slavery attached to it because the creators of it have debt. They're trying to get you to claim this bear, the black one, because they want to give you the debt and the death and slavery. They want you to take it because they don't want to pay it. Okay, so you let the dead bury the dead. Let them take their own stuff, and you use this. Now, when it comes to property, you use this bear to state that, okay, this property is still in the name of bear, But it's the living bear, not the dead one, not the black Negro colored one, because we don't have the Black Plague.
And that would be in the form of reinstating the contract or whatever the case may be.
Yes.
Okay.
And you're putting this would be the Pauline Ritchie, the living Pauline Ritchie, who actually does own the property and the bank accounts and all of that.
In red, all caps.
It can be in blue, in capitis diminutio, minimum, because this is a commercial bear.
Mm-hmm.
This is a commerce bear. This is a bear that does commerce, trade,
right.
Can engage in the market, etc. Right. We're not going to claim. We're not going to claim this one though. We're just not going to do it because this one is not ancient, so it can't hold property. The black bear can't hold property. It's not ancient. It's not old enough. Property is ancient. All land is ancient. All land was here way before 500 years ago. Okay.
It's
just one moment, Empress Aisha. I want to be sure that the Empress understands what we were stating about the bears, about that part, that portion, about the difference between the person. This black bear is, a dead minor, not created by the living. So we don't claim it. In our sleep, we did claim this one. We thought that this one was us. We thought this one was us. So anytime a fake court sent a warrant or something for this one, we were going there trying to speak and say, I didn't do that crime. When whoever it was that created this bear assigned the crime to this bear. Okay. Meanwhile, the living was sitting over here waiting on us to wake up. Waiting on us to wake up. Who created this and where's the birth certificate? The dead. Who created this and where's the birth certificate? We have it.
Can you go back on screen? We're not seeing you. We're seeing a blank page.
Okay. Just one moment. Let me see. I'll stop the screen sharing.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. So this black one, who is it that created the birth certificate and all of that for this one right here? The dead did that. The dead did that. Meanwhile, the living was over here waiting for us to birth and name and write the birth certificate and all of that for her. Okay. So we were asleep and we thought this was us. Okay, we thought this black bear, we black and we proud and all of that crazy nonsense. Okay. Meanwhile, we're claiming this, but the birth certificate and the social security number and all of those enactments are saying that we don't really own the authority over who we're claiming to be. That means we were being fraud in that previous enactment because we were stating or saying that we, don't nobody tell me what to do, whatever. The minute they sent a warrant, guess who was marching themselves down to the fake court? Trying to explain something to them about how you're free. Well, did you create yourself free? Let us go down and make man in our image and after our likeness, not in their image after their likeness. Not dead, created dead. No, we're not black, Negro, colored. This is us. And when I say us, I mean this is our tool that we use in this dimension to do things. Now, some people get confused because they see a bear. And they're thinking, well, it's still a bear, but it's a dead one, not created by you. So you don't tell it what to do. You can't say, hey, go collect the benefit for me. No, it's going to go and collect some debt for you, though, because it will do that. It's kind of like the people, the persons who win the quote-unquote lottery and end up $50 million in debt 2 years later. It's that. That's what this one does. Make you think you've gotten something when you haven't. This one took the bowl of porridge. This one gets the whole estate. But we have to create this one to prove our status. We're the gods. God creates. God creates. Not death and debt and black, Negro, colored, African American.
May I?
So, yes, Islam.
Here's so let me see if I get what you're saying. So are you saying therefore it's necessary for us to also create a creation rather than just us adjusting, correcting our status? I'm not understanding what you're saying. Is it okay? Like I am declaring my status, but do I have to create a person, my own person, like you're saying, or are you attributing that creation as you? So can you clarify for me, please?
Okay. So thank you for that, Justice Willie. This is how we clarify that. We are the fiduciary. We're the just a moment. Let's bring that back up here. We are the fiduciary, okay, for this brown bear, the brown one. Now remember, the actors were the fiduciary for the blacks and the Negroes and the colors and the African Americans. They were the quote unquote trustees of that thing, of the debtor system. And that's why people kept trying to go to a debtor debt treasury to access a treasury direct account in the name of this dead black, Negro, colored without changing their status. Okay, so now the way that we properly state who we are when we're creating the person is just one moment. We do it first on Moorish government letterhead, and we write it. We speak it in our national language, which is Ancient English. We can all read Ancient English. The spells are different from the spells that we learned in the animal husbandry schools. Okay, so this is how we do it. Can you all see this document? Let me just put this document, make sure it's on the screen. This is the fiduciary document. And let me just show you. First, it's a court action. It is a quo warranto mandamus restitutio, which is 3 of the 13 great writs. And what this document states is that no matter what letters are used, no matter what the numbers are, no matter what is happening in terms of all capital letters, whether it be in black, blue, red, green, yellow, it doesn't matter, that we are the fiduciaries for them, for all letters, numbers, signs, sounds, sigils, stamps, anything. We're the fiduciary for. But see, Justice Willie, we actually had to say that on the record to show that we are competent as to what we're stating. We have to say we hereby create our own person. Okay? And this is how we did that. This is where the brown bear comes in at, is here. All letters, all numbers, and then we said Pauline Denise Ritchie in capitis diminucio maxima and in black monochrome font, which means in black ink and capital letters. And then Pauline Denise Ritchie in capitis diminucio minima, which is right here,
Islam Empress.
Islam.
Pardon me. Sorry to intrude. Could you please open for Caliph Muhammad, please?
Yes, indeed, nobility.
Gratitude. Islam.
Then we said in blue, and no matter what the color is, it says here, right up here, it says that we're the living fiduciary for all Empire State of Morocco living instruments to include all numbers, all letters, including in capitis diminutio nolo, minima, media, and maxima, which means no matter how you write it, we're still the fiduciary for it. And then we set about to state this. Then we pulled up the scriptures and we pulled up the federal rules for civil procedure, Title 4, Rules 17 and 18, that talk about the person and how the use of the person is done. It's done by a like fiduciary. A like fiduciary means that if it's a natural person, then a natural fiduciary must be the one telling the natural person what to do. We can't tell their dead person what to do, or else we're claiming to be dead, and we're not. That's a lie, and it's also false. It's false testimony. Okay? And one thing we don't do is go into fake courts and give false testimony. We just don't do that. So if you go into a fake court and you try to use their person, because that's who they're talking to, they're not talking to you. They're talking to a fake, dead, black bear. And they're saying this bear owes a debt, this bear did this bear did that, whatever the case may be. If you go to a fake court and start talking as if they're talking to you, they're going to say, okay, she's agreeing to be dead bear. So that means we can do what we want because we created this bear. Let's throw this bear in jail. And they just throw it in jail. You in jail for claiming to be this and for answering for a capital. Isn't that in the Constitution? Article 5, or the Fifth Amendment, rather, to the Constitution says that we're not to go into any court and answer for a capital. Well, to take that a step further, not only do we not answer for a capital, but we're the court. Now we can do what we will to do in our own courts. If our courts, if we decide to use this to say this is the head of this is the owner of the property, then okay, it's our court. And that's the difference. That's why we don't go to fake courts, because they're not talking to us. They're only talking to those who think they're talking to them.
And could that be the trust, the private trust?
This right here?
No, the other one.
Yes. Oh, absolutely.
So why did Sister Aisha go to the court? She lost her house when she went.
Absolutely, yes. This one can be the trust. This one can have a trust. And in reality, the all caps is a trust. The in capitis diminutio minima, which means first letter capitalized, and the rest of the letters all lowercase, with the first letter capitalized and the rest of the letters all lowercase. That's a trust also. But see, again, whoever creates the trust gets to tell that trust what to do. And that's why we state at the beginning of all of our congresses here, we state that we are the original creditors and all of that, and we say here, right here, we say we're the title trustors for all causes for action. A trustor is one who creates the trust. And we do that. Court actions accompany everything that we do. Everything that we do. So, Justice Willie, does that answer your question?
Whatsoever to prove any of that. No proof, no evidence.
Does that answer the question, Justice Willie, about the trust? Can this one be a trust? Yes, it can. Yes, she can. She or he. Because even our persons have a gender.
I was looking on something. Sorry. Yes, of course. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Islam. So, with regard,
of course, I'm a stupid horse and I listen to every word you say. Yeah. Of course.
Oh, they're so mad that we got this.
I'm a stupid
we send them peace. Be at peace. Don't be scared. So now there is we will to place at the feet of this Congress.
You can't even get a conveyance. You have nothing.
We will to place at your feet the following discourse, or at the table rather. We put it on the table. The Curtis Law, and because again, we're still talking about ancient, where everyone is, who everyone is, and all of that. So we were doing our study, and we saw something about the Curtis Act of 1898. Now, we've been putting the law on the record, putting the law on the record as we see it and all of that. But this is going to be like the capstone law. That's going to it's going to solidify everything that we've been doing even further, even more.
Bullshit.
So let me just talk about the Curtis Act. I'll read this because this is very, it's not that long. It's only just a few lines here.
Before you read that, can I say something quickly?
Yes, it's on.
Are you hearing me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes. This thing, I have a friend who has done all the documentations.
Mm-hmm.
And let me tell you, I met with her just this week. I tell you, and I went out in a brand new conveyance, private plates and all that she created. Nobody's troubling her. I'm so proud of her. I said, I can't wait to get to your level, girl. So it is working. Yes. Thank you.
Indeed. All our ancestors will is that we just keep going. Don't let a few things that you consider to be a setback stop you, because all it is a matter of your understanding and overstanding of what's actually taking place. So the Curtis Act during the 1890s, as quote unquote white settlers, and we already know that that's an oxymoron, because if you're really
bullshit, that's history.
If you are white at law, then you don't settle on your own land. You're actually the owner. You've always been there, so there will be no need to settle on your own land. So as foreign settlers flooded into Oklahoma territory, it says demands increased to join the lands of the 5 tribes with Oklahoma territory and thus form a new state. So the foreigners came in and they said, hey, let's amalgamate or join with them, the 5 tribes, okay? Let's join with them and form a new state. So in 1887, the Dawes Severalty Act, which means to separate, the Severalty Act, or General Allotment Act, legislated the allotment of communal tribal lands into individually owned plots, indicating a major shift in federal government policy. To aid the drive toward Oklahoma statehood and the full assimilation of its Indian population, the U.S. Congress created the Dawes Commission in 1893. Another congressional law, enacted June 28th, was sponsored by Charles Curtis, a mixed-blood Kansas Indian and senator from Kansas, With the passage of the Curtis Act, it was an act, not a law, Congress took final control over affairs in Indian Territory. The Curtis Act helped weaken and dissolve Indian Territory tribal governments by, listen to this, abolishing tribal courts, because see, that's the first thing you got to get rid of if you want to take over a people. Abolishing tribal courts, and then you can put all persons under subject status in the territory to quote-unquote federal law. This meant that there could be no enforcement of tribal laws and that any tribal legislation passed after 1898 had to be approved by the President of the United States. Towns could be surveyed and incorporated under the Act, and residents were permitted to vote. The establishment of public schools was also sanctioned. Before 1896, each of the 5 tribes had exercised sole jurisdiction over its citizenship requirements, determining who was a tribe member and who was not. With the passage of the Curtis Act, Congress authorized the Dawes Commission to prepare new citizenship rolls for each tribe. That means restating everything. Come on now, revising, rewriting everything from start to finish. Then it says, now they're not calling them, they didn't write out the word senator here. They just said Sen. Henry L. Dawes, right here. This is where we're reading. Just a moment. Right here. Sen. Henry L. Dawes of Massachusetts undertook the compilation of a census to be used as the basis for allotment of tribal lands to individual Indians. Enrollment of tribe members and the ensuing allotment was performed without tribal consent. The Curtis Act dealt a blow to the governmental autonomy of the 5 tribes, but the act was merely the culmination of legislation designed to strip tribal governments of their authority and give it to quote-unquote Congress and or the quote-unquote federal government. Ironically, Charles Curtis himself, of quote-unquote Indian blood, they didn't say by mother, they said of Indian blood, was responsible for the act that helped pave the way for the demise of the Indian nations and for the statehood of Oklahoma. So now, well, and again, this is just the playbook on what happened previously. It's also the playbook on what's happening now, but in reverse. So what we have done by stating and establishing our courts, because our courts, again, they're ancient, our courts have always been, is we've abolished all fake courts. What does that mean? That means we don't go to them. Now, if other people go to those places, then you're going to a place that's abolished. It's not real. You see that? See how that works? If people still want to go there or don't know any better or don't have the faith to know that they're the court and they're the law, then they'll keep going there. We don't go because we abolished them for us and for our nation, for our empire, for our state. And let me tell you, those places, with the dissolution and the abolishment of the payment system, they can't stay either.
She still has no real...
Whether people believe it or not, they can't stay here. Because courts have to be underwritten by currency. And fiat is, U.S.fiat is not a currency. It's not. It's not a currency. And see, you can't keep fake courts going when there's no way for people to even pay the stuff because it was a commercial venue to begin with. So even those go away.
Islam Empress, pardon
Islam,
me. The noble Caliph Muhammad said he's not in yet.
Okay, just one. Okay, it's unlocked, nobility.
Gratitude, Islam.
Islam. Empress.
Just out of curiosity, because I've always heard of these 5 tribes but I've not heard the names of these 5 tribes. Would you be able to state the names of those 5 tribes that the document is referring to?
The 5 tribes is whatever name we give them. The original 5 tribes were not tribes; they were nations, and that's us. And again, they call them the Oneida, which is my aunt's name on that side. The Oneida, the which is the Haudenosaunee, which is the Iroquois, was where they came from, where the 5 tribes came from. But it's the Oneida, the just one moment. Let me go to the Iroquois page. And you can do that. That's some. You can do the study on those. Yeah, you can do the study on them. But I will say this: the names have changed over the years. But the original was always us. It was always us. So, those 5 tribes that they're talking about that were overtaken, and I will say just because we have all proof of that. My father was one of them. His father and his father's father on my father's side they were actual, like, on the reservation. My father's father was on the reservation. My mother is 100% us, always has been, always will be. And her mother, and my father's mother is 100% us. So those 5 tribes is where the hypothecation and attempted subrogation enactments took place. Islam. Empress.
Islam. In the chat, there's lines running in the chat. I'm not sure what's happening there, but yeah. So I believe that was the Choctaw. I think they were also included in that. I believe, right? The Wichita.
Choctaw are part of Algonquin and Iroquois. Oh. Yeah, and Iroquois were the 5 tribes were Iroquois tribes.
And Cherokee and all those people. Okay.
And here's the thing about even that whole tribe thing, the whole tribe thing. For example, and this is with all of us. My mother was born at Fort Deposit, like bank deposit, Fort Deposit, Alabama. So she's Washita, but she's also Cherokee. Because again, when we say Choctaw and Washita and things of that nature, we're talking about the original ones, not the corporate ones, not the actors that were acting as that, none of that. We're talking about the originals who've been here forever.
Your mother rejected your delusion. She rejected your.
And then my father was born at Detroit, Michigan, so he's part of the Iroquois tribes. My father's sister's name is Oneida.
You're fucking insane.
Don't hate. My father's sister is named after the Oneida tribe. Her name is Oneida, spelled the same way. And then my father's sisters are the ones with the long braids. They have hair that was down to their ankles practically. But my father's mother looked like me and my mother. And they're part of us.
And none of them believe your bullshit.
And so that was yes, Islam Empress.
Yes, I'm a little bit confused about the names of the so-called tribes and nations. And this one is the Blackfoot, and I think it's also Washita. Do you have any information on that, Empress?
On what?
on the names because I'm from Texas. Nobody talks about it. I wouldn't have known about it unless my great-grandmother mentioned it. But and I've seen some books. It's the word Blackfoot.
So,
tribe.
The Blackfoot tribe was had people from all the tribes as a part of that tribe too. But all the tribes have it like that. All the tribes.
More insanity.
The tribes had Moors from everywhere. A lot of other tribes involved in those tribes. We intermarried. Just like my parents brought two empires together. If your parents are of ancient, original, indigenous bloodline, and they came together, they brought empires together. And so one could be Washita, and if your mother is Washita and your father is Algonquin or Iroquois, then they came together and had you. Well, you're both. However, your bloodline is with your mother. So then your primary tribe would be that of your mother. So those names, it's kind of like saying Moors. Moor is a general name for all of us.
Right. Whether Bantu or whatever the case may be.
Whether Bantu, whether Algonquin, whether Yoruba, whether Washita, Chickasaw, Creek, India, any of that.
Mound builders.
Mound builders, Washita, Dusty Moundja, etc. Still all Moors. Even the feather-wearing Moors. And the three-piece suit-wearing Moors. Still Moors. So, even though that was considered a mixture, still not a mixture because the bloodline is still ancient on both sides of us.
Islam. I wonder, because the Empress was talking about Blackfoot. My family is also Blackfoot, but so I did a little bit of research on that. Most of the people that are Blackfoot, the reason why they called them that is because they walked on the hot sand, across the coastline. Okay, we mostly coastal tribesmen and women, and we come from Mississippi, Ohio. Okay, and that they from Mississippi, Ohio. That means we come under our original bloodline come from the Washita, because we split up into multiple tribes like Cherokee, Choctaw, and Chickasaw. Those are the main three tribes that anyone that's Blackfeet or Blackfoot, that's where they came from, according to the research. Like right here, you got Oklahoma Dog. If you go to Oklahoma Historical Society website, and you put in this dolls, you search dolls up, and then you search your tribe by the last name, and it'll show you what tribe you come from by your last name, your surname. I mean, the surname. Islam.
And a lot of that stuff is not original, not our original records. So we have to kind of, take that, and we can use that if we will to use that as a guide. We can use that.
Yes, it all starts from 1818. It all starts from 1756, 1814 to 1911. Then it stops. They stop the record. But you can see when you search that you are correct, Empress, on that. This is when they started taking our family names and doing the corporate debt stuff on us.
And see, we had to agree to be their black bear, by the way, in order for any of that to take place. We had to say, okay, I'll be this Pauline.
You niggas is insane.
You know what I'm saying?
Insane.
So, and now that we know better than that, now that we know not to be their Negro, black, colored, and African American, we know better. Don't let them write anything for you. That's what this really means. Do not let them write anything for you. Anything that you see in writing, if you didn't write it, then if you will for it to be applicable, you must write it. Because they can only write for their corpse. They can't write for you and for your person that you own. They can't. And if you let them do it, then they'll apply all that other stuff to the dead bear. And they'll say, okay, if you want to take that, you can take all of this too. Because we don't want to pay it. That's really what they're saying. So, and here's the thing. When you present your own person that you own, when you present your own person, you will see a whole lot of that stuff that they try to do stop. Because you just don't accept their person. That means if you don't accept their black, Negro colored, nigger, bear, if you don't accept that as an identity for you or as a utility for you, then they can't apply any of that stuff. And then when you see things that you will to have, for example, I have veterans benefits and things like that from when I served in the military. Well, I don't will that my benefits go through their black bear. So I had to restate and say, this is the one receiving the benefits, not this one. Because see, if I let their black bear receive the benefits, then guess what they're going to do? They're going to say, okay, she's using our debt transmitting utility, so let's transmit some debt through there. Let's transmit a garnishment. Let's throw some more debt on there. It don't matter whether she owe it or not. Let's just throw it because she's claiming this and she's the real creditor.
You mean your disability benefit?
That means it means that my person, this person right here is a minor. This person can't get up and go anywhere, okay? Just so that we're clear about that. This person, the brown bear, this bear can't go to jail. It can't walk. She can't walk. She can't hear. She can't see. All she can do is I use the name of this bear to get things. I'm the one who gets to state that, what this bear does and what this bear receives. And our court is the one who says this bear can't go to jail. Why? We created her. We have the birth certificate. We have the state security number. We have the identification for her. And this one is not a criminal or a debtor. So, and see, we can say that because we created her.
Yes,
Empress Aisha and then Justice Willie.
Okay, the question I wanted to clarify before when I was on the screen. So we are the agent, let me see, another name, the agent and the fiduciary for our creation.
Yes.
So if we do our creation and say someone is getting levied by IRS or whatever.
Wait a minute. Who are they levying?
individual that we created.
Okay, let's go back, Empress, because the beneficiary that we created cannot be levied by anyone but us. If we choose to put a levy on our bear, we can do that.
Okay, now when I create myself, do I put that through the court and send it to whoever I need to send it to?
You have to know who the court is. Who is the court?
The court is.
Okay, so then you would just notify anyone else. You notify subjects and your subjects. You notify your subjects at those buildings.
Okay.
You notify them that you have your own person, that your person is the creditor, and that any other person not created by you is fraud.
Thank you.
That's how you do it.
So we are the fiduciary. Are we also the agent for that person if we want to use the word agent?
If you want to use that word, you can, because a fiduciary is an agent of the government.
Okay. I'm clear now.
Yes, Islam. And here's the thing. This one right here that they created, this black bear that they supposedly created, hopefully you all can see me on the screen. This black bear that they created, we don't even try to tell it what to do. We don't try to tell this one what to do. This one, it's fraud. It can't do anything, is the point. The point is, this one cannot have us go to jail. Okay. They put this one up here and say, well, but this is a bear, and the bear has a name that sounds like your name. So if we speak to this bear, then you better answer. No, you better not.
Okay.
What you do is you rebut it with your own. That's the point.
Okay.
Okay, so I was just going to ask.
Islam.
I was next.
May I just?
Justice Willie first, Empress Shasha, and then Empress Shasha. Go ahead, Justice Willie.
Yeah, my thing is brief. So basically, it's necessary, you're saying, for us to separate ourselves from commerce and create an instrument for commerce. So that instrument that you've created in the brown bear is just an instrument to do commerce, to interact with anyone in commerce, but we are not ourselves involved in commerce.
We are the fiduciary for all commerce. We're the fiduciary for all commerce.
Islam, if I may just interrupt for a quick second, could you unlock so I can go back out and come back in, please, Empress Light?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
It's unlocked, Empress. Go ahead, Justice Willie.
Thank you so much.
So technically, it's. I just want to be clear. So, what a lot of people are doing is just correcting their status and saying, "Well, I am not the black bear. I am the living man, the living woman." And therefore you have no jurisdiction in your court over the living man, and they do know that they have no jurisdiction over the living. That's why you declare that in their court. However, if you go and you use that puppeteer black bear to use that to let them trick you into saying you are it, and you go answering that yes you are it, then now. And you're there to defend, then now you have found yourself into a problem. As you say, they can put you into jail. Worse, if you take on a lawyer, the lawyer works for the crown. Therefore, the lawyer
not the crown. We're the crown.
Well, they're crown. They believe themselves the crown. The fake crown. Then.
Okay.
Right. Yeah. So they claim that.
Go ahead.
Yeah, they claim that they are well, the lawyers, when you take on a lawyer, the black bear now become the lawyer now can say, hey, you know, I'm gonna do something for the black bear.
Silly Willy, never gonna.
Just a moment. Go ahead.
Yeah. The black bear is the lawyer is gonna say, you know what? The lawyer is gonna say to the black bear, guess what? You were gonna get 15 years, but I do some work because you're paying me fiat, and now you're only gonna get 3 years. And you say, yay, yippee, I got a deal. When technically you have just put yourselves and make it easy for them to throw your ass in jail. That's what they do. Yeah. So these lawyers, what they have done, I figured this thing out, you know. What? Let me tell you how simple it is. And I know I said it already. I'm going to say it again.
Stop paying your taxes and see how far you get to get your ass in jail.
So what they have done, listen to the trick.
Stop paying your taxes, Pauline. Stop paying your taxes and try it, bitch.
Go ahead, Nobility.
Yeah. So what they have technically done, okay, they create corporation. The corporation is a thing, a name on a piece of paper. It cannot speak. It's like the black bear. So what they do, say, you know what? But I can speak for the black bear. So the lawyer speak for the corporation. So technically, what I see you doing is you're basically mimicking their thing in the sense that you are creating your beer as well, and you are being the lawyer, so to speak, or the fiduciary for the voice for it. So it's equal match. But the problem is when you now go to the corporation as the woman without that defense in front of you, that beer in front of you, and you open yourself up, and that's where the problem I see lies. So I like the idea you're saying when you have something to do commerce, and that's your instrument to do commerce with anybody for that matter.
Yeah. 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 You must create your own in order for, see, the black bear cannot use gold, silver, so it couldn't possibly be constitutional. It's against the law to be black because it's created by the debtors, the fiat debtors, okay? So now what we do is we create the real, and we can use our own money to do whatever we're going to do. And it's 100% valid. 100% valid. See, even the system won't argue with you when you do it that way. And here's the thing, and we've stated this before, but we'll go ahead and state it again. The system recognizes bears. Let's just say that the system recognizes bears. Okay, we can say it that way. It's going to recognize either one of them, depending on who's speaking. But it's not going to recognize both of them at the same time, because that's confusion and war. So the system is going to pick the one that's most competent. So you create the living system by writing the process. And see,
that just sounds like a bunch of excuses.
That's why we write the process for things like light bills and how a driver's license is supposed to work, and how license plates are supposed to work, and all of that. We write that out. And when we write that out, then the system will recognize when our bear comes.
Stop your husband.
Because there's a process for it. We put the process on there. Otherwise, it's going to say, okay, I don't see a living process. I only see the suggestions by the blacks. So we have to go with what the blacks say until someone properly rebuts the blacks, the Negroes and the colors and the niggers. Sorry, but that's what it is. Not sorry. So the system, we literally create the system when we write those things, and then all we do is send notification by court action, and it must be. It can't not happen. Because we're sending ancient laws. And the ancient will always supersede the dead, the black, the Negro, the colored, the foreign, the modern. The ancient always supersedes that. Always. So, of course, you know, as we continue putting the nail in the coffin of the fraud, you know, the subjects in the office of court jester are going to keep trying to put distractions out there for you. It's kind of like the New Jersey drone thing. Distraction, distraction, distraction. That's how we know we done nailed those little asses of fraud. The fraud. We've nailed that. So let's keep doing what we're doing. We will to just state our own Curtis Law because we have our own court. So we're abolishing all fake courts. It's already been done. And all persons are under our authority. That's what we're really doing. So we are stating, proclaiming, announcing, and activating the Curtis Law. It was already done by our own, you know, the things that we've been doing, the laws that we put on the public record, but we're stating it record. Do we have agreement that the Curtis Law for us we have enacted that over all territories?
Your lack of evidence is the nail in the coffin, baby. Yes, it is.
Ooh, they would. Islam nobility.
Islam, yeah. Down Shabib, Bay.
Go ahead, nobility.
I have a twin brother. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, Justice Dumois first.
Yes, I agree.
Islam. Thank you, nobility. Justice Harold.
Islam members.
Islam nobility.
I affirm we've done that already. That's how it worked.
Islam.
Appreciate you.
Justice Nato.
Yes, I have a twin brother. We were adopted. I have birth certificates that's in conflict with my twin brother's birth certificate. And we were born right there by Noble Drew Ali's temple on a kitchen table somewhere in that area. So I want to know, how can I get the original or the original birth certificate? Because his has one thing, except I'm the oldest and he's the youngest, 5 minutes apart. And I changed my name at 18 years old to Nedant Shabis. And his name is Ronald Williams L. But my original name was Donald Williams. So I'm wondering, how can I change or get some evidence in place so I can put it on the public record?
You must create it, because it won't, even if you supposedly, quote unquote, ordered it from Department of Vital Statistics, that's still not good. It's still not real.
Okay.
So you would have to create it from your own documentation, the way that we've done. We created a birth certificate for our person. We had to.
Okay, now another thing, I have reinstated all of my affidavits. Now, when you say put it on public, I got 30 entities, well, actually 30 pages of corporate, what do you call it? When you're actually, oh, fuck. I have 30 pages. How do you put it on the public record?
Is it 30 pages that you wrote?
Yeah.
So then all you have to do, you can take a cell phone and do a video of all 30 of the documents and then put it up on YouTube or Facebook or MySpace or anywhere. You can put it up on any of those venues, or you can print it out and just send notification to the county, the subjects in the office of county, and that's putting it on the public record. And when we say send notification, we mean use the government mailing process whereby you don't have to use fiat for that. Okay?
So I have all of that, and I have the letterhead for this Congress as well as the flag. Okay. And I also have, Ida Williams, Recorder of Deeds, and Jeffrey DeWitt, Office of Tax and Revenue.
Okay.
So that's who I'm mailing it out to. What about Anthony Blinken, executive of the Department of State?
That's a subject. That's a subject. It's an actor. A subject actor. If you will to notify that subject, just make sure that you put subject Anthony Blinken. Don't say Anthony Blinken, Secretary. Don't give him no title, because that's not who he is.
What I did was Jeffrey DeWitt doing business as.
No. It's subject Jeffrey DeWitt. He's not even doing business. He ain't got no money to do business with.
Okay, so I have to change it.
Yeah.
Wow.
They're not doing business at all anymore because we leaned that part. Okay. Now they're all subjects.
Got it.
Are there any other votes for the issue that we were voting on?
Pardon, Empress. Could you please let Sasha
Islam?
Yes.
Excuse me?
Thank you.
Yes, Islam.
I would love to vote. I affirm Islam.
I affirm. Empress Aisha.
Islam. Islam. Islam, Justice Thompson.
I affirm.
Islam.
Can you restate what we're voting on, please?
Yes. So what we're voting on and what the affirmations that have been received thus far is the Curtis Law.
It's bullshit. Never gonna happen. Doesn't mean anything.
South Bay, Manawatu, Swampomac, Land of Nod. I affirm.
Go ahead.
I affirm.
Islam.
Islam.
I affirm.
Chief Justice Akil Bay, Illinois Territories, I affirm.
Islam.
Down to Beef Bay, Arizona Territory, Chicago State Territory, I affirm.
Islam.
Did you get me? Aisha El Bay.
Yes, we got you.
Me too, Canaan Land, Islam.
Islam.
Islam, Noble Timothy Hassan Bay, Virginia Territory, Consul and Roberto, I reaffirmed.
Islam.
This is
Khalil Islam, Jamaica Territory, I affirm. Also, please let Sasha and Bay in again, please. Thank you.
Islam.
Islam AG, Navi, Tampa Bay, Mahat, Texas Territory.
Islam.
Islam. Eddie Lee Bay, Illinois Territory, I affirm.
Islam.
I affirm.
Islam.
Islam.
Cynthia N. Arbuckle Bay, Philippia Territory. All fake courts are abolished. I affirm. Curtis Law 2024. Islam.
Islam. Islam.
Islam.
Islam, Empress. Empress Shasha, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Justice Shasha and Bay, Jamaica Territory.
Do you
I
realize
affirm.
this is just make believe and pretend?
Islam.
It's make believe and
Islam. Islam. This is Karima Bay of Virginia. I affirm.
Islam, Empress. Justice Shabazz.
Islam, Shabazz Bay, Canaan Land Territory, I affirm.
Islam.
Islam.
Islam nobility.
Nathaniel Bruce Cherry Bay, Manawatu, Moabite Tribe, I hereby affirm, Nuke Land or not, Islam.
Islam, Empress. Could you please let Sasha, Empress Sasha in again, please? Islam. Thank you.
Justice Tonis. Islam.
You fucking idiots. You fucking idiots.
A moment.
Territory. And we affirm. Islam.
Islam. Indeed. Thank you, nobility.
Is this the same? Islam. Is this the same that we're voting on?
Same. Yeah, this is the same vote. It's the same vote. We got your vote, Justice Nada.
Islam.
Islam. We're just making sure that
the ancestors
get everyone. We see those in the chat as well. Justice Imani, Justice Kyle, Justice Darius, Justice Yatui, Justice Sabra, who else? Justice, let's see, well, I see some others there.
Sasha's a convict and doesn't get to vote. Sasha.
A moment. Let's see. I see a couple of others in the chat as well. And let me pull that up really quickly. Okay. Make sure that we... Islam nobility.
Yeah. She certainly I affirm.
Just Islam justice. Justice Camila affirms as well. Who else? Let's see. Justice Amora affirms as well. And let's see.
You didn't mention Nadine Sabi.
Yes, we got you, Justice Nadine.
Okay.
We got you.
Islam.
Islam.
Are you?
Islam. So, are those all the votes regarding the Curtis Law? Are there any who do not affirm? Is there any who do not affirm? Islam.
Did you got me, Empress?
Yes, we got you, Justice Anthony. Yes.
Got you, Islam.
Islam. Justice
Bay, I'm sorry. Every time I try to affirm,
go ahead.
Go ahead. But I just affirm. I affirmed once. I was just making sure that it was, recorded.
We have it now. Thank you, nobility. Thank you for clarifying as well. That is a unanimous vote for the Curtis Law. Go ahead, Empress.
This is Glory Bay, and I did affirm, but I don't know if you got it or not, and I put it in the chat.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying. We have it now. Because of the way the platform is set up, sometimes voting might seem a little chaotic. There's a method.
More excuses. Excuses.
There's a method to why we're doing things this way, and so when the votes seem a little chaotic, just keep going. Just keep going. Keep going. There's a program there as well that we're implementing for those who hear this. So there are no mistakes in all that we do. Our ancestors are within us, and they are actually operating through us. We will to show just a couple of other things, because we had a total of 6 things that we will to put on the record. So but let's state for for the record, the Curtis Law is approved unanimously by this Congress, and this law is the Curtis Law 2024, December 29. That's the title of the law right here, and we do it in Roman numerals for the record, and then we also do it in civic language. We were going to have a presidential address on January 20th by everyone at this Congress who will to do so. We're still just looking at that and seeing what the Spirit says about it, about a 2025 presidential address on the 20th of January, which is a moon day. We know that there are no presidents but the Moors. We know that. That's clear. Because according to the Clearfield Doctrine, corporations cannot, do not, and will not ever govern. So we're governing already. We can have this or not have this. Either way, we're still who we are. But we will to just have our Congress to think about that and decide at a later time, maybe the next Congress, if you will, to do it. If we will to do this, we could actually just use that time to give you an update on everything the same way that we did with the when we did the inaugural the State of the Empire address presentment. For those who will to see how this works, we'll put the link to the State of the Empire address in the chat so that you can see that, you know, any member of this Congress, and guess what? All Moors are members of, are not members. All Moors are the Congress, not members, because this is not a membership situation. This is who we are. If you will to make a statement, a 3-minute statement on the 20th, you have the authority to do so because you've authorized your own self to be the president. So, and we know that we're self-governing, so that's, you know, that's our thing. And we may just use that time to give further updates on the progress of everything and to restate that the fiat piece is a wrap, is done. The U.S. fiat is no more. And we're going to continue to put that piece up there. Hold on for just a moment. Let me make sure.
You're going to be full of shit.
Just a moment.
Nothing. The real
president. We thought that was an imposter link. Here, let's put the real link there. Just a moment. Just let's put it here. This is the real link. The latest link that we put in the chat is the real one. Now, difference between public and private, and this is going to be very quick. When you're talking about a public establishment, anyone can enter a public establishment. And all the people together govern the rules for operation so that the public establishment or the venue is a resource for the people. That's what public is about when you're talking about establishments and resources. Public venues are ruled by the people. Okay? When you're talking about a private establishment, anyone may enter a private establishment, but all who enter agree to be under the authority of those who created the private venue. But here's the thing, for us and our private things, those who agree to come into our private actions and venues, they're not under our authority unless they're a subject. What it is they agree to obey the rules. Their person, their brown bear, their person agrees to obey the rules. Okay? All who enter become a resource for the venue to use at will. Private venues are ruled by whoever creates that private venue. Okay? Our job and what we have done is created things for the public. Yes, we have private venues and ventures. We have some that are so private that only certain Moors can be a part of that, and each one has that. Each one can have that, if you will, to have that. As far as we're concerned, we've not activated anything that's private that you all don't know about. So we don't have anything where we have, 3 or 4 Moors who come together, or 5 or 6 Moors who come together, and only these Moors can be a part of this thing. We don't have that yet. At some point, we might have it where only those members of Congress who were active over a certain period of time will be privy to certain information. Okay, so there's a level of comprehension or a level of understanding that must be accomplished and demonstrated in order for some of the things that we have coming up to be participated in. The reason being is if you don't know who you are, or you think you're a black bear instead of the brown bear being your tool that you use, then the concepts and the precepts won't be clear to you. Now, this Congress is competent. This Congress knows the difference between a black tool and a living tool. They know the difference between them. So we will to just make it clear the difference because now we're just establishing and stating and putting everything out there for us to use. Our estate is wide open for us to use. There's nothing in our way. We have a question for you, just to think about. Just really quick. Is the universe a public or private venue? Is the temple a public or private venue? Is the church a public or private venue? Were public schools public or private? Those are some things to think about. We don't have to go into an in-depth discussion just yet on those, but think about, were the public school, because they called it a public school, but was it really public or was it private? We know it was private. Just like fiat, and let's just make this clear, fiat was private commercial paper. Okay? Islam, fiat was private commercial paper. What did that mean? That meant that anybody using fiat had to agree to obey the fiat rules. Well, fiat rules say you go to a fiat court, fake court, and you do whatever they tell you because you agreed to that. Well, I didn't agree to that. I don't know about you all. I know about you. You didn't agree to it. I know that. So that is why we've terminated those fiat, U.S. fiat systems. Because that wasn't our agreement. We didn't agree to that. We didn't agree to be bound by rules from a dead, fraudulent system. Okay? That was acting as if it was private, but claiming to be public. No.
Islam,
Empress.
And that's the whole fiat private commercial paper, and the de facto imposter governments. That is actually what using that private commercial paper is what or one of the things that removed them and made them into private companies or corporations without, no sovereign authority, official capacity, because once you use private commercial paper, then there's no sovereignty and there must be a contract.
Yes.
And so that the fiat, it was a faith-based system, really and truly, if you think about it. But it was because fiat and faith, there's some
those are the
commingling there.
Yeah.
They're the same word, exactly.
Yeah.
Different jurisdictions, but the same word.
Yes.
And so that that was the fraud. That was the seat of the fraud, really.
Yeah.
And they knew it.
Fiat is alive and well. It's alive and
Go ahead, Empress.
No, I was really concluding that was really the seat of the fraud, because it was a calculated strategic military move. They knew exactly what they were doing.
Yeah. And it was Babylonian at that.
And Babylonia, exactly. Well, the whole faith fiat there's the Babel right in the middle there.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Hey, Pauline, remember when you said we were going away?
I yield, yeah.
Babel, just continuing to babble. No, we're shutting all of that down. Fiat was the U.S. Fiat was a Babel system.
Yes.
No more. And the only ones who could stop the Babel was us. Nobody else could do that. And guess what? Nobody really wanted to do it. So corporate, public, private, etc., all of that. Corporate, public, private. So the answer to the question of these questions of is earth and the universe and temple and all of that, is it public or private? The answer is it depends on the jurisdiction. That's what it really depends on. Public is private in a private jurisdiction. Did you know that?
That, Islam, if you love, because it's interesting, because in England, so the public schools were private schools.
Yes.
I mean, they were the rich and the private, wealthy, in inverted commas here, de facto, but that was always something. It's interesting as I look back to childhood and everything else. It was always something that was dissonant in my brain and my being.
She broke the law and she went to jail. She went to jail because she broke the law.
Go ahead, Empress.
It was always something that I never went deep into it, but it's just one of those things that just didn't make sense.
Yeah. Same
there it is.
Same there that they were saying it was public school, but it was really private.
And you are absolutely same thing. Different, somewhat different, but yes, same thing. Same thing.
They had you bring in private commercial paper to even get anything or do anything. To pay for lunch and all of that, to pay for books, you had to use private commercial paper.
Yeah, to even go to school, even for instance, at this territory, you purportedly education, animal husbandry was free.
Yeah.
But there were all sorts of things you had to come up with private commercial paper in order for your son or daughter to even get to attend.
Yep.
So, yeah.
That told us that it was really private and not public.
And right. So I have a question, actually, if I may. The there is nothing on the land that is private unless it is for the Moors. Am I correct in that statement? Because what else could be private if you're not?
That's correct.
Rest my case. Rest my case. Okay.
Because
I just wanted to be
subjects and servants and slaves cannot own property.
Cannot. And the reason why I bring that up is there are many locations where subjects, and they are subjects, have signs up
saying private property.
Yes.
If that's fraud. And every last one of those signs is in capital letters. And it could be red capital letters with a black background. We've seen them. It ain't that. That's a lie.
That they're lies, they're frauds, and they're completely notwithstanding. I mean, they're just completely, and there are many. They must come down.
And they will. The Curtis Law is part of that also. The Curtis Law abolishes. See, they tried to use fake courts to enforce that, so that when people walked onto that land, they would call the cops, quote unquote, and I'm gonna put that in air quotes. Fake.
Fake.
And
what is a cop? COPS. What is that? I mean, really.
Well, it's short for copulate, which means to mount and to essentially have intercourse with.
Without consent.
Well, it actually you actually have to have consent to do it. Copulation is a marital term.
Well, that yes, but you're absolutely correct. When we state cops, that term is used. That's the term that's actually being
Empress. It is by force. It's not without consent, but it's by force.
It is yes, it is. But now but is it without is it with consent if you are not in that jurisdiction? So how is it?
If you're not in that jurisdiction, they don't even exist in the jurisdiction that you're in, so they can't copulate you. That's like saying that someone who's not at this house can just do whatever they can just come up and give me a hug or whatever. They can't because they're not.
They can't, and they're not here. But what I'm speaking to is.
I know what you're.
The mounting by force.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not even necessarily relating it to myself, but in a general term, it is by force. If you have to do something by force, that would suggest there's no consent.
Not necessarily. When you're enforcing something, that means that whatever you're enforcing is already in the same place.
Like enforcing the Constitution.
Is an internal action. It's an internal action.
Yes. Which is different, though, from to enforce and to force are two different jurisdictions.
That's why we don't say we force the Constitution. We enforce it. That means everybody has to
enforce the Constitution. Right. And it's something that is, and the law. And
yes, for you to enforce it, that means whoever you're enforcing it on or whoever's enforcing on you, that means you're in their place or space or, you're in the same place that they're in. And you've done that by agreement, by consent. They can't enforce on us if we're not in U.S. dead debtor status.
Well, now you see, now I'm going to speak from a personal place. They cannot, but now we're in some nebulous areas, because I can state categorically that I was not in U.S. corporation jurisdiction.
So, Empress, I'll state this for the record. We would ask that you go back and look at all contracts and all words that were spoken. I had to do it too. Go back and look and see, because I know what I know, I'm not even worried about it, because I already know we were in transition out of Babylon. But on our way out of Babylon, there was still, whether it be a cell phone bill that has not been restated, or whatever.
Yes, I hear you now. Yes, I hear you, and I can.
You broke the
yes,
law.
I hear
They
you.
took you to jail. You broke the law.
Yes, yes, I hear you.
You see?
No. You're absolutely. You're absolutely correct, and that is an exercise, or was an exercise in breaking it down.
Yes.
Breaking it down, because there it is. Even as it was not something, that was actually related to that action, but in the greater realm, those things existed.
Yes.
And that's the piece.
They did for all of us, Empress. They did for all of us.
Yeah,
that's
the piece.
Contracts that were not fully terminated. Now, we put the termination of corporate contracts on the public record, but we were still using some of that stuff and doing some things without restating it.
Yes, that is because, and some of those things we didn't even know those pieces yet. So all of it, and that's really where one can step back and see the playing field.
Yes. You know what, Empress? If when we are 100% honest about that, the ancestors will provide protection where we will never have to go through that test again, because we passed the test. The test being, do we now recognize the pieces on the playing board, and have we done something to speak to them?
And that is the piece. And wisdom comes from experience.
Yes. Yes, it does. See,
and that,
Empress, I'll say this even about our experiences there, in terms of POW demonstrations and things. Listen, they had to get that in on us early. I was only 5 months old in 2017 when we first declared our nationality. They had to get us quick, because we was coming for that fiat piece.
Yeah,
and they knew we were coming for it.
Yeah.
So they said we gonna have to have her do her POW demonstrations real early, because if when she nipped that piece in the bud, and I'm talking about in my life, when she nips that piece in the bud, it's a wrap. We'll never be able to touch her again ever. So now, even with the fiat piece, Empress, fiat can be restated, because it's still just a resource anyway, and it's on its way. It's a gone resource. That's the piece now. Some are still in transition with that piece, so nobody should feel bad about if you pull some of that stuff out. But I'm just telling you now, don't depend on it. Don't depend on it, because it ain't gonna be here. It ain't gonna be here. It's done already. It's already finished. And
it is. I mean, that.
Go ahead, Empress.
No, I was just going to say, and that's actually in all of the actions currently and demonstrating and studying the knowledge that it's gone, because even as we do see it is out there and still moving a little, but there's that knowledge, and I know it is gone.
Yep.
The system is gone, and so everything being built now in my world is about it. The current du jour system that is gold and real money, and that not having a place, but recognizing that it is still fluttering about, because we're still transitional. We're still in that transitional.
Some people are still using it. A lot of people are not. The majority are not using it, just so that everyone is aware.
Right.
The majority
I know that
have changed their status. The majority have put their bank accounts in the proper place and created them properly. The majority have recognized that there needed to be a status change. The majority have recognized and have acquired at least some gold or silver or more sovereign dollarium. The majority have already been printing out documents and notifications and sending them. That's the majority of the earth, of the world.
No specific evidence.
And I know I'm part of that majority. So yes, that is absolutely the truth. Yeah.
We all are. We all are. And the
we all are. Yeah, we all are.
You know, the testing has been coming because, see, once you test out of things, that test will never come again. Don't worry about the tests that we went through this last 7 years. We don't worry about none of them. We don't worry about them because we already know we passed.
That's it.
We know we passed them already.
Interesting how past, P-A-S-T, and past, P-A-S-S-E-D, have the same sound.
Yes. Yes. Yes, indeed. Oh, wow. That's really good. Watch this. And just a moment. Look at this enactment here. Now this is not what it looks like. It is something. It's what it really says. Look carefully at what we're looking at here.
Can you describe it? I'm just ears right now.
I'll put the link.
But I'm not. I don't have access to the chat on the phone. So what's the title of it?
It is the actor that was previously acting as Pope going to jail.
Oh,
going to jail.
Okay.
The title of it is Pope Francis Opens Holy Door in Rome's Penitentiary.
I heard about him opening.
That's the actor going to jail and taking all his
buddies with him. I did hear something about five portals being opened by the actor in.
One of them is him and his buddies going to jail. They're not trying to hide any of that. That's them going to jail.
Normally, that is penitentiary, penance, all of those things.
Yeah.
That is, yes.
They have to do what we have stated.
Yes.
They have to do what we've stated to do. And people think that, that's optional. It's not optional. Our word is the law. And then people sometimes don't know what they're looking at when they're seeing the things that we've stated happen. So I'll just put the link to this in the chat.
That one is Yeah.
People think that, so here, and just so that everyone is aware also, here in the chat is the link to that video of him walking himself into a prison. Also, just know that everyone now knows that we are the Christ. And so when you see things like this right here, it says Syrian Christians attend their first Christmas Mass post Assad. Just take a look and notice at their photos of Christ, of their icons of Christ. You see all those brown faces on the wall? This is recently. This is since the actor moved out of the way. And we'll go ahead and let you look at that. We'll put the link to that one. We'll put the link to that one in the chat also. Everyone knows that we are awake. It is not a secret. And we already, they're actually doing that everywhere. Here, Canaan land, Olmec territory, and everywhere. The Christ, the real Christ is being shown at all the places. And then number 6, and we stated that we were going to show you this in conclusion of this particular Congress. We notify all that we are the chiefs for all resources and all companies. So those that were previously doing business as CEOs, there are no third-party interlopers between us and our systems. So you can look up, go to Google and put in companies remove executive bios and photos from websites. Health insurers remove bios and images and all of that of their quote-unquote CEOs. What they're really saying is we did what the Moors told us to do. And they're correcting the record. There are no CEOs but the Moors. No chiefs.
Point of interest?
Islam.
Okay, so in the chat earlier, I had shared a House Joint a resolution that was done, and it was already done since 2023.
Mm-hmm.
And so this was shared to me by Temple 720.
Mm-hmm.
And they were explaining that this will be effective coming up next month, that this will be passed. So it's to protect all Moors, and so they can no longer act in how they're behaving previously. Yeah.
Okay. So I see what you put there, and I'll go ahead and put the. If you want to put the link in the chat again, Empress, you can do so. It talks about the creates the Illinois Moorish-American Family Commission Act. So here's the thing about it. It's we affirm all that was done by the Moors at the temple, and because it came from them first. That's what we affirm, is that it came from them first. Okay. And whatever they will to apply that to, we affirm as Congress, we affirm that as well.
Yes.
Okay. So thank you for making us aware of that, because we were not aware of it.
Okay. I yield.
Yeah. Thank you.
Islam.
What we do know about it, Empress, in reading what you put there, in just looking at it briefly, all it's really saying is that they're going to be advising the Governor and General Assembly on things that have to do with Moorish-American family healthcare issues and things. So in reality, they're going to be advising us, not because there are no governors but the Moors, there's no General Assembly but the Moors, or they'll be advising other Moorish temples and organizations and things of that nature. They're not going to be advising any foreign, modern European actors because that's not real. So we appreciate the work. Those who put the work in for this to manifest, we appreciate the work that they're doing. We send our highest honors to them, and we affirm as well Islam.
Islam Empress, could you let me see, give me the title, or where can I find that document that you're discussing, because I can't see the chat.
Okay, let's see. It's interesting because it's not really on a website. The URL is an alphanumeric URL, which is just interesting to say the least. It's interesting.
And
so
she has no evidence.
It's not like on like a .gov or anything like that. It's at least the link that we saw is not. It might be, but the link is not. Let me see. I think it was put up there early in the chat. So I'm going back up.
Okay. Is there a document to read, or is there, what was it?
Let me see.
That's what
I would say it says House Bill 3766, the Illinois General Assembly, the 103rd General Assembly. Illinois House Bill 3766. That's what it says, Illinois. And it's a two-letter state. It says IL State Legislature page.
Oh, okay. I'll do a search for it.
And I was gonna go up and find it here and put it on the screen. Okay, I see it. Just let me see if I can get the thing to open. Get it to open. In fact, we'll just Google really quickly. It says Illinois House Bill 3766. There it is right there. It'll be on the screen. See, with this legal system piece, we have to be very careful that we don't think that we are legal entities, because we're not. We're the law. We use our brown bear for legal things. Okay? So we have to be very careful when we're doing legal things to know for sure that we're not in the legal system, but that we've placed instruments in the legal system so that the legal system says what it's supposed to say. And here we just put this up here. Now look carefully at the name of the sponsor. Can you all see the name of the House sponsor who sponsored this? Just take a look at that. And that's what I'm saying about make sure. That's what I'm saying about we're going to be full. And if you all take
me getting called.
Are you there? Couldn't hear you.
Hello?
Islam, no, she stepped away. Islam.
Okay.
Islam Noble.
Islam, is Empress Light disconnected or?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Someone said she stepped away, but I'm uncertain.
Okay, because it just
She's back.
became very scratchy and then.
Yeah.
Oh, you're back. Okay.
Yes, I am. Thank you so much, Empress. But do you all see the name of the house sponsor? The actor acting as sponsor?
Yes.
Would that be the rep? Slaughter?
That's Slaughter.
Yes. Yes. That is a hint. That's a hint.
A big hint. I mean, even the fact that it's rep, R-E-P, period. I mean, so this was created by whom?
Well, it was created by people who don't, and I'm not talking about the Moors, I'm talking about the ones pretending to be the government, pretending to be the legislature, pretending to be Illinois, pretending to be the House. That's not that easy.
The state of Illinois is not, it's not a state, it's not on the land, it's not.
That's why we don't take our stuff to them.
Right.
They're not who they say they are. That's not the government. That's not the legislature. They don't have any authority to create bills or anything. The Moors have to do all of that, and it has to be issued by us and not by frauds. The ancestors will do everything to get us to see that we must govern ourselves. And if we think actors are the real government, that's slaughter right there. You're trying to get everybody killed.
Wow,
isn't that something?
Islam.
That is the name that, wow, slaughter. Yes, man.
Yeah, that's
really look at it that way.
Islam, if I may. The sponsor, right? When you think of a sponsor, just think of like the advertisements, like sponsoring Nike. That means some type of fiat was given for exchange for this to be taking place, because that's what a sponsor does. Sponsor this fiat contracts to initiate the exchange. So what are we doing here, people? And then you got hyphen between Moorish American and then a commission. Can we talk about what a commission is for us?
So this Congress, this presentment by this representation by those pretending to be the House and the legislature, we rebut that because they don't have a right to speak on anybody and they're not Moors.
It's not even competent.
It's incompetent completely.
Yes.
Completely.
And see, this is the difference between notifying and then registering and filing with. Just a moment, there's an echo coming from somewhere.
May I ask a question?
Yes, Islam.
When we send these documents out, are we supposed to send delirium with them?
If there's a payment due.
Okay.
And when I say payment for us, it's not, we're not buying our own stuff. We're just using accounting and accountability and accounting to measure the estate.
Okay. Thank you.
This is why, but look at this stuff on the screen. This is why we don't give them we don't file it with them and say, y'all got to do something about this. No, they freaking don't. They don't get to do anything about what we talk about and what we do.
So we send it to them and tell them that it is done.
Right, and it's and notification. That's all. That's what notification is. That's all we do. That's why we don't pay registration and filing and recording fees. We don't pay that.
Okay, I got you.
We record it with our own court first and only, and then we notify the subjects in the Office of Legislature.
Okay.
See?
Okay.
It is what it is.
Islam. If you look at the name again on the sponsors, you said if you just shift things up a little, it's Justin's Laughter. Slaughter. You take off the S, you've got laughter.
Yes.
Cray.
If the ancestors will tell us how to do things and what to do. All we have to do is pay attention.
Islam.
The key to all of this is write your own stuff, publish your own things, your own laws and documents, write and publish, and then notify.
Point of interest?
Yes, Islam.
Oh, I think somebody else was before me. Go ahead.
Yeah, gratitude, yeah. So we here state that we don't make rules, we establish law, for we are the law at all points in time, as we've already known and stated.
Yes.
So, I mean, we give honor to where honor is due for the thought of, the spirit of, the spirit of it all. Because, they desire change, and we all do, but, the proper steps must be taken.
Yeah, there has to be competence with that. And here's the thing. No matter how you write it, if you give it to someone who's not competent, and when I say someone who's not competent, we're talking about actors. Actors are not competent to govern. They're not competent to govern. So you notify them that this has already been done, and then they can translate it for each other, but not for us.
Because we don't get
We've already written it. Why it doesn't need to be translated? We wrote it already. The Moors that wrote the original one, to whom honor is due, all they had to do was issue it by court action and then notify. That's it. Mm-hmm. But you don't let them try and do actions over your paper. If the court has already spoken, why do we need anybody else to come behind us and say, oh, well, we'll just do a court action over this too? No, it's already done. The real court already spoke.
Right. We don't need no extra spells added unto. We spoke and then we did our own spells.
And then what we do is we notify our system, which is the subject and the officer. We notify the system, and the system is going to do what it's supposed to do. Period. We don't have no third-party interlopers in there representing us. No one represents the Moors.
Thank you.
Islam.
Somebody said it. Nobody represents us.
No one represents us. We stand and present we right here.
Mm-hmm. So this was done by the temple, right? Correct? And this was done in 2023. And I'm just wondering, like, so this individual, whatever they had, whatever transaction they carried out in order to get this on their record, is that what is happening here?
So there had to be some acquiescence on the part of the Moors to get this done. There had to be some acquiescence.
Mm-hmm.
And when I say some acquiescence, I mean that they gave title to subjects. They gave title to foreigners.
Mm-hmm.
The title is representative.
Right.
And that's against the Constitution. The Constitution says that the United States is to give no titles of nobility. That means we're not supposed to give our titles of nobility away.
Mm-hmm.
Now let me tell you. Let me clarify that all titles, such as judge, justice, law, Yah, which means law God, lawyer, law Yah, all of those are titles for nobility. All of them. Anything that has to do with the law is a title for nobility. El, Bey, Dey, Al, and Ali are the titles of nobility, and then within the title system, all the other titles are titles of nobility, just a different jurisdiction. It's in a 3D jurisdiction. In the spirit realm, El, Ali, Dey, Al, and Bey are the titles for nobility. But then any other title, it doesn't matter what the title is, because all titles have a certain amount of authority. That's why it's called a title. And there's no authority but the Moors. Period. Even if that's janitor. On our land, the head janitor is a Moor. The head police officer is a Moor. The head magistrate, the head judge, the head justice, the chief executive officer for all resources is us, all of us. The head legislature is us. The head Congress is us. We are all the head Congress. There's no Congress but us on our land. So then who put this up here and just misrepresent it? Because let me just point out, how is the other letters and stuff in blue, but you put Moorish American in all capital letters in black? Why did that happen? Why is the words just and slaughter in blue and capitis diminutio minima? Why?
Right. It's something weird.
Not weird, unlawful.
Yeah.
Illegal.
Islam, I also see a post on Facebook that has him as the chair of Illinois Legislative House for Black Caucus just last year.
And
so how can he represent?
Oh no, this is not good.
But see, there's duality in it, in that we can look at it and do what we do with all of their fake writings, is make it a law. But we change some things when we make it a law. It just so happens that there's no such thing as a Moorish family, because family means servant. That word, family, means servant. Now, if there are some Moors who are okay with being servants, then we can't stop them. What we're stating and what we stated on the public record is this, and some are not going to like me for this, but I'm going to say it anyway. If your consort is a modern European, they're still a subject. On the land, they are a subject. In other words, marriage doesn't change their status because they came from who they came from. And we're not going to change their mother. They have to honor their mother, just like we have to honor ours. It is what it is.
Point of interest to that?
Yes.
What I believe, from what my knowledge is, that if one is in a position like that, I'm not in that position. I'm all more, but I believe that it was stated that if that individual who is of that status, they can naturalize.
They must naturalize.
Yes, they must naturalize, yes. In order to be considered.
In order to be considered legal.
Mm-hmm.
They have to.
Mm-hmm.
And that is a subject status action. That means that you, just like Ruth the Moabitess, quote unquote, said, your laws will be my laws. Your people will be my people. But that's still the subject status thing. It doesn't make them equal in status. That's the difference between nationality and naturalizing. Naturalizing happens with subjects. Nationality is bloodline and birthright. Now, are we saying that here's what we're saying. Let's just say what we're saying. Let's state it, because we've been stating it. We love everyone. This time that we're at right now is the time where everyone gets into the proper status. Okay? There's only two statuses at this point on this empire. It's Moors and subjects of Moors. And that's by bloodline and birthright. So when you hear subjects in the office of president and all of that, when they were talking about we're going to end birthright citizenship, that just means everybody go in subject status, who's a subject, and those who are of the bloodline and birthright, you get in your status too, and be who you're supposed to be. Be who you are. Period. So when people start talking about racism and all of that, that has nothing to do with anything. Because in reality, there's no such thing as race. Either you are ancient, original, and indigenous, or you are not. Period. No such thing as racism. So when you start talking about things like this that's on the screen, all that is somebody trying to pull Moorish American status down to a level that it's not supposed to be at, which is corpse status. Corpses are in all capital letters and black ink with minus signs in between them. And just for the record, when you apply the Hebrew standards to Moorish-American, all it does is it's a subtraction. It's a math problem. You subtracting one from the other. Moorish minus American commission. That means that somebody somewhere, whoever put this, because see, they don't have the authority to do any math over Moors. So how are you going to subtract American from Moor and then you claim to be the Moor and call everybody else your subject when you don't have the bloodline and birthright for that? So yes, we rebut what's on the screen. We rebut it openly on the record by court action. Now, it says here, look at, please, let me make this real big.
Affirm.
Y'all see that? Somebody is trying to change statuses and switch some things out. We rebut that lie. Our status is as we have stated. So we state that this is all pure, non-existent fantasy land. And let me say this about things like this. Things like this were the American experiment. It was a Saturnalia enactment. At Saturnalia, which is around this time of year, on the ancient civic calendar, not the civil calendar, but the civic calendar, around this time of year, they would celebrate Saturnalia for a whole week. Hear me when I say this. And what they would do around this time for a whole week is everybody would switch roles. And all the nobility would act like the servants and the slaves. And all the slaves and the subjects and the servants would act like the nobility. It was a Roman festival called Saturnalia. It was opposite week. Like they have on SpongeBob SquarePants, they have opposite day. It was opposite week. And all the nobility acted like U.S. citizens. And all the U.S. citizens acted like they were the nobility and the government and the law and the money creators and all that. Time's up. Time's up. It's over. Done. Kaput.
So, point of interest. I think this would need to be rebutted.
We just did. All we will to do is have this Congress affirm our rebuttal, and we did that also. But if you will to do it again, just for the record, you can rebut it right now, Empress.
I'm trying to rebut all capital letters in this document or statement.
Now, listen to this. It says here, status is amended in order of appearance. Here's what that means. That means that if any one of us appear in a place, pretending to be legislature, then they agree to be switch statuses with the fakes. That means they're continuing to agree. Same thing in fake courts and all of that. Anyone attending a fake court, that means your status is amended in order of your appearance. Now they're telling you right here what's happening.
What's wrong? That's wrong.
It is absolutely incorrect, and it's unlawful, it's illegal, and all of that. But see, who has authority over where we go? We do. We decide where our feet go. So then who's the fraud and who's amending their own status by calling some fakes the legislature and the representatives and all of that? Who's doing that? Nobody. We're not going to do it. Time's up. Game's over. Now we're back to the real Saturnalia, where everyone is in their proper person. That's the real Saturnalia, because we love Saturnalia. That's party time for us. But we are not doing that switching statuses and all of that. We're not doing it. We're going to be ourselves right here on this land.
And I noticed that it's in an act, new act.
Yes, that's a Hollywood script. We're not doing it. We opt out. And it's really not an option, it's the law. Nope, we're not going to use fiat, and we're going to access everything on the estate. All that we will. All acts are abolished. Ooh. All acts and all acting, because there's no finance for it.
All statutes are abolished.
Let's say acts. Mm-hmm. And the reason we say acts is because there are some statutes and codes that are legal and lawful because we've stated them on a legal level, and then the law is on the lawful level.
Okay. I yield.
Empress, thank you for bringing this forward, because it was necessary to avoid the slaughter of the Moors there. See, that slaughter cannot happen now that we've rebutted this. The slaughter can't happen. It cannot happen. I know they're sovereign and they don't know. There's some ignorance there. We're going to say ignorance. We're not going to say maleficence or malfeasance or evil. We're not going to call it that, because we don't know that was the intent. What we do know is what our ancestors have stated to us, that we're the government, we're the law, we're the legislature, and no one represents us.
And they understand instead of overstand.
There it is. That is omnifically stated, Empress.
Thank you.
So, statuses are stated, and there is no amending of statuses by frauds, subjects, servants, and slaves. None have the authority to amend a status, not even with our consent. And that's the thing. Those Moors are consenting to something, and we just state that the system is not going to do it. We can't tell them what to do, but the system is not going to amend any statuses. Status is as status is, by bloodline and by birthright. And no one will act like they're taking our place or being us. That party is over. Because that's really all it was. It was a party. It was the Moors partying up and having a good time and thinking, and forgot to turn the button back, and forgot to switch everything back to reality.
Divine intervention.
Yes, Empress. Thanks to you, the system will not recognize any of that. With that being stated, we did Islam, Empress.
I, Justice Cynthia Ann Bay, affirm this rebuttal.
Islam. Thank you, Empress. Justice Light Tajiri Bay, we affirm the rebuttal as well, Empress Cynthia, and where 2 or 3 are gathered together in our own name, every word is established.
Islam, we here at Land of Nod, Moana Watu, Swampomec, affirm.
Islam.
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 Indonesian Beach Bay, Chicago, Arizona Territory, I affirm rebuttal.
Islam.
Thank you. Islam.
Chief Justice She, Certain Ill, I affirm.
Islam. Islam.
Anthony Jettison.
Michael McGee Bay, I affirm.
Go ahead, nobilities. The nobilities, Empress Shasha, I believe, was about to affirm as well.
Islam.
Islam.
Chief Justice Shasha Ambe. Jamaica Territory, I affirm.
Islam.
I affirm the rebuttal.
Empress Aisha Elbay, I affirm as well.
Islam.
Anthony Jettison, ex-Mecca Territory, I affirm also.
Islam. Justice Tonus.
Hear me?
Elgar Bay, Khalifa Territory, I also affirm.
Islam.
Islam. Chief
Justice
Justice Malik.
Oh, go ahead, Justice Malik, and then Justice Consul.
Chief Justice Malika Kilbay, Illinois Territories, I affirm.
Islam.
Islam. Ansu Khatib Bay, I affirm.
Islam.
Empress Aisha Elbay, I affirm as well.
Islam. We got you, Empress Aisha.
Islam. Alagadas Nabi, Chandra Bay, Mahat El, I affirm.
Islam. Thank
Islam.
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 Chief Justice Michael McGee Bay, I affirm.
Islam. We heard you. We heard you, Justice.
Empress Karima Bay, Virginia, I affirm.
Thank you, Empress Karima.
Islam. Arama Cherokee, Illinois Territory, I affirm.
Islam. It is so important, Morris, that we restate everything. It's so important. This is how important it is. This is proof that they don't that those actors don't have any authority at all to do anything the right way. They're not competent to do it. And we rebut fake Saturnalia and fake switching of roles and subrogation and all of that. We rebut all switching of roles. We know who we are, and we are ourselves. That's earthwide and worldwide too. There's no president but Moors. There's no money but what we state is money.
Don't do that. Scare me.
There's no legislature but us. No Congress but the Moors. No government but the Moors. No nations but the Moors. And that's whatever they say. If they say they're whoever they say they are, they're of the bloodline and birthright, then we are one with them and they are one with us. So, and then our subjects, we are one with our subjects in terms of them being a part of and grafted in to what we do. There's protection for subjects there. No more movement and changing and all of that. Islam. Yeah, there it says right there, seal of the state of Illinois. No.
Islam?
Islam nobility.
What kind of paper do we use for DeLorean?
Natural fibers, any natural papers. Any natural papers. It can be cotton, linen, natural fibers.
Okay, because I want to send you some notes for identification,
Okay.
driver's license.
Okay.
I'm going to do that within 3 days.
Islam, we're here.
Islam.
And again, for anyone who wills to have anything that we do not accept fiat. We only accept Morris sovereign dollarium and gold and silver.
You can make noise, get out.
Islam.
Islam Empress.
Islam nobility.
I have two questions, but before I ask them to the noble that just asked about the paper, you can get it from Amazon. It's called cotton paper. And you could find it there on Amazon.
And as you all are obtaining things like that, make sure that your bank accounts have been restated so that you're not switching debt around, okay? And we've already shown you, we logged on to our bank account and showed you the Morris sovereign dollarium in our bank account. Be making movement on that, okay, please.
Indeed, Empress. And this is has to do with one of my questions. I'm doing the legacy account, bank account right now, and I'm at the part where I'm filling it out where it's saying that I could add a second person, but I was told that that second person has to do a declaration.
Who told you that?
I've heard from another more that they have to do a declaration in order to be added to the legacy account because they are not more. They haven't corrected the status, so to speak.
They're not a more?
Not to say they're not a more, but they haven't did the 6 or 40 documents they established themselves.
But have they declared their nationality even once?
No.
Okay, so then it would actually be fraud for you to have them on there.
Okay.
So, and you don't have to have anyone else on your account. You don't have to. You don't need any other signatures. You're sovereign. Your signature is sovereign. Your autograph is sovereign.
It's on the application. I've downloaded it.
Okay. Did you restate it so that it says what it's supposed to say?
Yes, that was your application at the end of one of your videos.
Okay.
That's the application that I was using.
Okay.
And it was saying that I could add a second person. The information there's the question. I was thinking about doing that. That's why I asked you. I wanted was to make sure I know what I'm doing so that I don't, commit any frauds.
Yeah, here's the problem with adding people who have not declared their nationality is they're going to be looking at the account as if it's a fiat account. And they're going to want to do things in a fiat manner, and it just doesn't. The accounts don't work that way. Okay. They don't work that way. Our accounts work the same way as the way that we acquire the account or obtain or reveal the account. The way that we do that is in writing. By affidavit. We speak by affidavit. We don't call them on the phone because they're going to give the offshore lost at sea spiel.
Right.
So we send affidavits and court actions to get these things done. And then we send affidavits and court actions to make our deposits and our withdrawals because there has to be a wet ink signature on every transaction.
Right.
Because the transactions can be quite large. Take it from me. I'm telling you.
Okay. My second. That was on Empress Sasha. Go ahead, Sasha, and I'll ask the second question after you finish.
Well, if you wanted to, I wanted to just come interject because I wanted to clarify what I had stated to Noble Anthony with regard to the second, if he was going to have a second. And so my understanding was, with these legacy accounts, whomever is on the second on that account must either have declared their nationality or no de facto or, fraudulent instruments could be used for identification. They must have either declared their nationality be a Moor of the bloodline and birthright, or subjects in their proper status and having proper de jure identification, as in an identification, a federal driver's license issued by the Moors, or a federal registration. And so that was what I had explained, that you can't cross-pollinate. Whomever is going to be the second must be in their proper status and properly identified. So if you could clarify that for me, because from my understanding, subjects could have accounts. If I recall from when we had done this way back. So I just want to make sure that what I was stating, that I was correct in my statement.
Yes, that is a correct statement. Subjects can have bank accounts and things of that nature. However, those Moors who have not declared their nationality, they cannot be signed on to our accounts because they're not. And I had made because they're going to be expecting you to go to an ATM and pull $10,000 out.
That is what I had. Yes, I had made that statement. So I just wanted to make sure to, clarify for my own self, so I'm not stating misstatements, and also just to bring
right as usual.
Gratitude for that. Gratitude for that, Empress Tasha. Gratitude.
Yeah. So I yield. Thank you. I yield.
You're
welcome.
Right.
Okay, so I'm going to be looking into that some more. Empress, is there a video that gives more information regarding that? You could point me to it, please.
Can someone point Justice Anthony to those several videos where we, either the ones where we signed on to our account and showed the Moorish Sovereign Delarium in there and showed how we move things around and do things, or any of the other banking videos? Because there are probably about 10 or 12 banking videos where we.
I started to watch a few of them, but they're so long I've only gotten to watch like 3 of them in one day. But I have no problem watching them because the more I watch, the more I learn.
Yeah, 3 in one day is good. When I think about, even when I was in quote unquote college, before I woke up, I was in college. We would sit in those classes and hear 3 and 4 hour lectures and all of that stuff. I just think we have no excuse, even if it's a 3 or 4 hour long video. And
right.
Justice Anthony, I congratulate you for that. 3 videos in one day, 3 or 4 hour videos.
Yes, I watch them. Sometimes I'm up all 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning watching your videos.
That's awesome. That is awesome.
I watch
them. That you really will to govern your state.
Yes.
I was doing the same thing with Grand Sheik Taj's videos. I was just watching them back to back for months.
Yes.
Watching. Yeah.
All right. The next question now, Empress, is regarding the state security card.
Mm-hmm.
I have created mine as you have instructed me, but I'm curious about that red number on the front of it. And as I watched your video, you mentioned that you had created a bond and you used the number from the bond. But it wasn't clear that if it was that particular number you had created for the bond that you put on the state security card. It wasn't clear.
Okay, so
what number is that red number?
The bond number is the state security number, the 9-digit security number without any dashes or anything like that. And then that red number is a number that is included in the bond as an account number under that bond. It's an account number under that bond.
Okay.
So the bond number could be considered a public number, and then that number could be considered a private number.
Okay, because the Jamaican birth certificate, up on the top of the document, it has a number up there. And when I took it to the Registrar General Department where they issued the birth certificate, I took it there for clarification. And they told me that number there on the top, that's the file number.
Right. Which is the same thing that I was saying about that red number.
Right.
So,
and the red number down at the bottom, that one, we know that's the bond number that they use as the instrument where they use, you know. But I just want to make sure of which number that was, so I could make sure I put the right number there.
Yeah.
So you're saying it's the file number, the one on the top?
It sounds like to me that Jamaica does it the opposite of what we did. So the number, the what do you call the number in Jamaica? Is not a social security number, it's some other number.
It's the TRN, the tax registration number.
Okay, so the TRN is the actual bond number, and then the number that they put, that other number will be the it'll be a number on the bond underneath where you do private things. You can use the bond number for whatever you want to use it for, to bond your property to you, to the land.
That's the red number on the bottom of the birth certificate.
Okay, so if you will to use that as your bond number, you can.
Okay, so you're saying, and I could.
For us, the red number is a number that's under the bond number. It's a number under the bond number.
I am still not so sure.
What does your spirit say about? Because I know your spirit is telling you how you can use how to use those two numbers.
There's three numbers to begin with. One on the top, that's the file number. Then one in the middle, that's the AA number, and that's AA followed by four numbers. That's the birth certificate number. Then there's one at the bottom. It's like about 8 or 9 digits with a letter in front of it, and it's in red. And that's the bond number that they use as the negotiable instrument.
May I ask you, and I'll just if you could just I'm going to take I'm going to look and see, but the first letter of that 8 or 9 digit number is the letter between A and M.
If it's between A and M, if you give me just 1 second, let me look at the picture.
I'm back in here.
It starts with an A.
Oh, okay. And I had a feeling that that's what it would be. That number is similar to the numbers that are on a Federal Reserve debt note.
Right, and then it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 numbers that follow that A. So I'm still concerned about which number should I put on the state security card where that red number is on the front.
Okay, so let me ask you, whenever you would go somewhere to, let's say, apply for something in your sleep, which of those numbers did they ask you for?
They asked me for the TRN number. That's on the tax registration.
So the TRN number would be, whatever number that is, that would be the bond number.
That number is already on there.
Okay, so it's the bond number.
I'm on a Congress meeting.
Islam.
The TRN number is a different number from the number on the birth certificate. The tax registration number.
Right, that's correct. And that's the same way that it is here. The Social Security number is not on our birth certificate. is on a Social Security card.
Right.
That would be the bond number. So for you, your TRN would be the bond number.
But I'm saying that number is already on the card.
Islam, can I intercept a little?
Yes, Empress, please.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So the TRN number, the tax registration number, is the Social Security number. That's what they call it here.
Yep.
That number is what you're going to put on the front of your state security card. Now, the red number, as I explained to you before, that number isn't on the TRN. That number is something that's unique to or specific to the Social Security number version of the tax identification number. So it is not something that you need to worry about for the state security card, because you're going to be using the version of tax identification number for yard, which is the tax registration number.
Right.
And so you don't need to, as I explained to you, you don't need to worry about the red number on the state security card because it's not relevant for what's here. There isn't that version of a number on with the 9-digit TRN number. Does that clarify?
Okay. So I should remove that number then?
No, in our opinion, you should include the number on your documentation because it has to be restated. It means something.
I know. That's what I'm concerned about.
But there isn't one on the tax registration number. He's talking about, and it may, correct me if I'm wrong. He's looking at
the birth certificate.
But he's talking about the birth certificate. The birth certificate is a different thing from the state security number, the state security card. So I think there's cross-pollination going on. My assumption from having had conversations with Noble Anthony and listening in, are you speaking of the state security card right now, Noble Anthony?
Indeed. The one that Empress Light as displayed, I created it.
The example, right.
Exactly.
And I explained to you that Social Security cards have the red number on the back, the fake ones. We restate them, and so that number doesn't actually exist on a tax registration restated that you have. So the state security card that you're going to create using your tax registration, restated tax registration number, will not have a red number, would not have red numerals on it because there isn't a corresponding numeric, there are not corresponding numbers on the TRN, the de facto TRN that you've restated. Does that make sense now?
Okay. Let me ask, Empress, Empress Light, your card.
I yield.
Thank you for the interjection. Your card, Empress Light.
No problem.
Your card, it has that red number on the front, right under your Social Security number that you have restated.
Yes.
What is that red number? Where did it change from?
That red number is it's an account number. It's like it's an account number under the Social Security or the state security number.
Right. Where did it change from and what is its purpose?
The purpose of that is for any personal things. So your tax registration number, the not red number, is an account number. It's a public.
I got that.
You can use that. Hold on, please. That you can use for public things. The little red number is for private things.
Right. That's what I want to know about. That red number.
It's for private things that only you will know about because you're moving. It's a private trust.
So where would I obtain that red number from to deal with private things?
If you don't have it on your TRN, is it not on your TRN card?
No, It's not on there.
Okay, then you don't need one.
Simple. That's all I was trying to find out.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, on the back of the card, I'm not sure. You had mentioned about the seals or something. Is it possible you could hold yours up that I could see it, so I could, create the back of mine correctly also with the seals or whatever is there?
Let me see. State security card. Let me go get my wallet. Hold on for just a moment, and I'll put it on the screen for you. Okay.
Gratitude.
Okay. Somebody is on.
And Empress Ashley Stokes asked if you could let her back in the meeting, please.
Let's see. My state security card. Okay. I'm going to stop the screen sharing for just a moment so that you all can see. Can you see me on the screen?
I'm seeing you, but it's small.
Okay, is it bigger now? Hopefully it's and I probably have to keep sharing or speaking. Can you see, is it a little bit bigger now, Nobility?
Yes, that's a little better.
Okay, can you see what it says here? This is the back of my state security card.
If you would open the screen a little wider, I could see it because the screen is small.
It is. Let's see. How do we do that? I don't know. Let's see. Stop. Let's see. Preview.
Islam Empress.
Moment. Just a moment. Let me see. How do we do this? Just a moment. The view, active speaker view, share, stop the screen sharing. Is it any bigger now? Maybe.
No, it's still small. No, I can't.
And so you can't see what I'm showing on the screen now.
I could see the card, but I can't read or make out anything that it's saying. I could only see the card.
Okay, so let me just tell you what it has on it. It has, it says state security card is the property of the state security ministry. If found, return to the state at, and then it has our mailing location on it. And I'm glad you said something because I'm going to have to restate this, redo this card again, and spell out Washington on here. Because it's been some years. It's been some years since I first did this card. I'm glad you said something. But that's what it says on the back. It has our banner for Amity and Commerce, which has the stars first, or the stars on the right, and the stripes on the back. And then it also has our eternal flag with the green 5-pointed star on it. So
I'm seeing two flags at the top.
Yes.
Which one? One is really dark. On the left, I can't see that one.
It is the one on the left is our red flag with the green 5-pointed star.
Oh, that's what that is? Okay.
Yeah. And then on the right, it's the banner for Amity and Commerce with the stars on the right.
Okay.
Okay.
And okay, and the seal at the left bottom, and the address.
Yeah.
What's the address there?
It's mine is 911 Southwest 314th Place, Federal Way, Washington. Yours can be your mailing location is the State Security Ministry also.
Oh, I could put their address on mine down here.
You can put our address, our mailing location here, or you can put your mailing location.
Okay,
as
great.
long as everything is spelled out and there's no zip code.
Okay, Empress. Gratitude. Thank you so much. I did the card. I created it already, but it wasn't completed, and I didn't want to print it onto the PVC till I make sure that it's correct. That's why I'm asking the questions to make sure I have it correct before I print it.
Okay.
But I did everything else. I've got the sovereign ID. I've got the driver's license. I've got all of them, the birth certificate, everything. This was the only one left for me to complete all of the identifications.
Yes, indeed, nobility. Thank you for your work. It's so important.
Empress, I work day and night. I work day and night, and I did all my 40. I did about 70 documents to tell you the truth. And I also have a number of lien, levies, and bonds.
Yeah, that's so important, nobility. It's just important. It's so important.
Yeah. And I thank again Empress Sasha. She's been a very great help to me also.
Isn't she awesome?
And Empress Islam. You yourself also has been a great help. My gratitude to all of you Empresses.
Thank you, nobility. I'm just grateful that we are all in trust with one another and that we're actually doing the work.
All right. I know I still got a far way to go, but I'm ready, prepared for it.
You have a large estate, so yes, it takes work to govern the large estate, but we can do it.
I hear Empress.
Yeah.
Gratitude, enough love and respect.
Islam. Justice Nadam, Islam.
There's a lot of work you put in on the Postmaster Federal Way Post Office. There's a lot of information on there he might want to look at. It's 1441 plus 01 plus 27, Article 3, Consular Court Action Public Notice.
Okay. Yeah, Islam.
Wait, I got one more question. Notice to agent and notice to principal. Does that involve everybody on the affidavit?
Yeah.
Do I have to send out individual addresses or
it's not necessary unless the Spirit tells you to do so.
But if the Spirit did tell me to do that, will it go to everybody, or do I have to do it singular? Do I have to send it to each individual entity?
What does your Spirit say?
Well, it doesn't say anything. That's what I'm asking.
Okay, so whenever your Spirit doesn't speak, just ask again, and your Spirit will speak to you. There's no question you can ask that your Spirit will not answer.
Okay, one last question, and I'm done. The Amazon cotton paper, if I get it from Amazon, rather than going in to get it to Staples, would that be violating the code of? Okay, good enough. Thank you. I yield.
Those are your resources. Just make sure that you're restating bank accounts and cards and all of that as you go along. Do it as you can. In other words, for those that are still hanging on and clinging on to the last bit of fiat, use the fiat to free yourself from fiat.
Got you.
Islam.
Yes.
Islam nobility.
Yes, I just want to give a quick explanation of what the red numbers are on the back of the last ever Social Security card.
Mm-hmm.
For us on this side, in the States, it's the first letter. It's a letter and then there's a number. The letter tells you the location of the branch that's using your individual, that's holding, not using, but holding your individual master file, okay, for the bond. That's what the red numbers is for. Outside of the states is different because it's not a Federal Reserve Bank, it's the IMF, financial institution that's holding your individual master file. That's what the red letters is for. The red numbers is. It's the location of the file that's holding the bond. That's what it was used for. Islam.
And when you say location, he's just talking about the location of the Federal Reserve District. Or the Federal Reserve Bank, rather, quote unquote.
What's the truth for that information, Mo?
Yeah.
Question.
Islam.
Yeah. So what if they start playing clever and now writing your, whether it's a course or bill or whatever, and sending it to you in the living status name, like the lower case instead of all caps? How would you deal with that? And in red ink and what have you, how would you deal with that?
Let me ask you a question. Can the dead write a living document?
No.
Okay, so then you would rebut everything they say and do.
Mm-hmm.
And then if it's something that you will to take advantage of, so like if they send something saying you have a $10,000 credit or whatever, then you just restate that also and then notify that it's been properly restated.
Mm-hmm.
I've restated millions,
Mm-hmm.
trillions even.
Mm-hmm.
And the system said, here it is.
Mm-hmm. Because the reason I ask is I notice sometimes that's what they're doing these days. They're actually using the upper and lower case in a few instances I've seen now, because they realize people are moving away from the all caps, so they're now playing trickery. But yeah, that is a new approach. I see that they're but to me, if you write me and you're addressing the living man as opposed to addressing the corporation, you're saying I have a contract with you, and I'm going to ask you to say, okay, I accept that I have a contract with you. Now give me the evidence of the contract, my signature, when was the terms and conditions, the 8 laws of contract, when did we discuss all of that? So that would be my approach, and among others. Huh?
Are you saying that you would say, okay, yes, I have a contract with you?
Yeah, well, what I do to get my things dismissed is use the conditional acceptance, because I say, okay, I agree, I'm a man, I pay my bills, whatever you say, $1 trillion, okay, yes, I do. I accept. Now provide me the evidence of that contract that we signed, and when, where, how, why, blah, 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 blah. When was the term, when was the 8 laws of contract, among other things, what's your status. I put them on, first I put their status on the line, their bond, and everything, the license to practice law on the line, things like that. So sometimes that's a lot of times it's send them packing. They don't hear back from them. Because technically they're saying they have a contract with you, and I'm saying, okay, when was this contract? Because technically they don't have a contract with you, because they are lawyers and they're talking for the dead, the corporation. But the cleverness is that they use they claim that you owe TD, for instance, bank, and they're suing you on behalf of TD Bank, but technically they're just debt collectors under the quiet, so they will write you. So I usually just do the conditional acceptance, and most time they're sent packing. Plus I do it through trust. I don't talk to them directly. I talk to them through trust, my trust.
So then that means that you trust them. Your faith and trust is in them.
No, the trust is my way of speaking. Like I explained earlier, they create a fiction, and the lawyer is the mouthpiece for the fiction for the corporation. I create a trust, and I am the mouthpiece for the trust. So my trust collapse theirs all the time.
Well, but then do you end up having to give them fiat for something?
No, that's what I'm saying. When they go back, you never hear back from them because they know they can't. They cannot. First, they're not able to provide their oath of office, their bond, their status, their license to practice law on the land. These are some of the questions I asked them to. When you can produce all of these things apart from the 8 laws of contract, when did we sign this? You know, usually I give them a headache. I give them one long list of stuff to do. And it's like in that form of an affidavit. I say, well, now rebut that within 21 days, or there's nothing between you and I, and they can't rebut it. So
what you're doing is what we've been encouraging everyone to do. That's a court action. Ask the questions. The court action by affidavit. Yeah. Yeah.
So that's what I do, and I never hear back from them.
That makes
works. It works.
Makes sense to me.
Thank you. Finally.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. I never. The last time I did it was suing me for $7,000, and when I asked her all those questions, I said, "Well, I'm not the Stephen Williams. I'm speaking. I'm speaking through my trust. Blah blah blah." And she literally said, I said, well, produce a contract. I told her I would pay you. Produce a contract. Well, I don't have a contract. Well, if you don't have a contract, the law says you don't have a case. It's that simple. Case over. What is there to talk about? It has to be a contract. If it's criminal, there has to be corpus delicti.
Then there should really be no reason for you to even appear in those places, except by the documentation that you just stated.
Correct. But like I said, they have a thing where they try to use trickery to get you in their court under this threat, duress, and coercion. So the first thing I'm going to say, I'm there by official appearance, sui juris, and I'm here as the living man. Stephen Williams, the all caps. There are 2 of us twins, so I am the living man. So if you can prove damages, you can prove that we have a contract, then, or that I committed some crime. Well, present the evidence. I have not even received disclosure because the disclosure that they are going to give you is in the all caps, and I'm not the all caps. I've never received disclosure from these people.
They could literally make up disclosure if someone agrees to be their black bear, their person, their Negro.
Well, not if you know. When you go there, one of the words I teach people: objection, objection, objection. If you go to court, if there's no other word that you learn, I do not consent. I object. You object to anything, I do not consent. They cannot move forward because you objected, but they presume that you accept everything that they're doing when you don't object. So you have got to object, and I do object. First thing my approach is, you have the wrong one, baby. So, but I'm just here under threat, duress, and coercion because you tell me you're going to arrest me if I don't come. So I'm here, but I'm under duress. I'm under duress. And that's unlawful.
Who has the authority to put God under duress?
Well, people with guns who have been doing it for ages and killing us and throwing us into cages. They throw people into cages.
No.
Oh well. If you say no, I don't know why you say no, but
no.
Okay.
No one can. Who can put your God under duress and threat and coercion? Who can do that?
People who can physically, you're going on your way. They stop you. They have loaded guns. They can call backup and and put you in chains, it's a reality.
So that's a reality for you. It is not for the rest of us.
Well, I would beg to differ because right now one of our friends is was in lockup recently from this forum.
Then
her.
Then they have a contract that they have to terminate. Period.
Well, but like I said, I don't call name, but the individual told tons of
you
things
can't
on the record.
Speak for her, but you can't speak for you.
Huh?
I said you can't really speak for her, but you can speak for you.
I can, but it's somebody I'd looked up to, and we're even trying to get information for her to help us with documents. And I am aware that she was locked up. I don't even know what's the situation with her right now. But the point, huh?
There was something somewhere. The only way that the gods even agreed to do this is there has to be something somewhere. And
I'm not denying that. I'm not saying you're wrong, but I'm just saying that because we're not dealing with people who are lawful, they violate. Remember, it's trespass. These people trespass against us all the time.
You know what? They're saying the same thing about you.
Yeah.
They're saying this is what they're saying. Those people that you keep talking about, because they're not even people; they're persons. Those persons that you're talking about, they keep saying that the Moors are not, that this Moor or that Moor is not, they're not lawful.
Right.
They're saying that Moor is not lawful because they still have a contract, a black contract, a Negro, black, colored, African American contract somewhere that they will not get rid of.
That's true. That's true.
So then, this is what the subjects in the office of court, police, and all of that are saying. They're saying the Moors. There are some Moors who won't let go of those black contracts. So then we have to act.
I agree.
You know.
I agree. Yeah. So, there's a lot of the contracts that are still those adhesion contracts that have not been properly terminated, and that still give them jurisdiction. Yeah.
So who's the fraud?
I can't say the people is the fraud. It's the people who have invaded the land, came under Admiralty law, using that against the people on the land through fraudulent, that black dolly that you just, black bear that you just, no?
No, because they are not here. They can't be here without our consent. We're the gods. We created them. They will not go past our word when we're being ourselves. Period. They will never go beyond our word when we're being ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
Period. They won't do it because they fear death, eternal damnation. They fear it. So they will never go beyond our word when we're being ourselves. Back to the original. Any Moors who have had to do a POW demonstration, it's because somewhere along the way there was still a contract somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
that had to you. It's like when we started this Congress, we put things on the public record. We said fiat is unlawful, but guess what? We have to stop using it. That's the only way. So the fiat system, the fake courts and stuff, they won't stop themselves because they can't.
Mm-hmm.
We have to do it. And that's an individual thing and a national thing all at one time.
Mm-hmm.
They'll stop acting when we stop acting.
Mm-hmm.
They'll stop asking for fiat when we stop giving it to them.
Mm-hmm.
Period. Other than that, they just keep going because God said to occupy until he comes, until we come.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the scripture that they go by. Occupy the court, occupy the bank, occupy the offices until the Moors, the lords, come.
Mm-hmm.
And how do we must come correct. We can't just come we got to come correct.
Right, any right status.
So whoever it is, the empress that you're referring to who is locked up, she still has a contract somewhere, but you know what? That's not a judgment of her. That's just a process that has to happen, and she'll do it. She'll do the process. The process is first done on paper, then we actually demonstrate the process.
Right.
We say fiat is unlawful, and then we stop giving it. We stop giving it.
Yeah.
And that's one account at a time, one object at a time, one issue at a time. You know, you might be using fiat to go to the grocery store, but you stopped and started demonstrating your status when it comes to other things. And you're making your way around to altogether no use of it. Then you stop pulling it out of the bank, quote unquote, and you use a card. That's an action in and of itself. And then you restate the bank account.
Islam Empress, pardon me. Could you let Empress Sasha Ann in, please?
Yes.
Islam.
And now when you go, you're now using credits from your account that are not fiat credits. So it's one step at a time. Trust the process and move forward with that process. We don't just haphazardly use it because everybody's using fiat. No, they're not. No, they're not. No, they're not. And now the ones who were enacting that stuff are saying we can't use it no more because the Moors said we can't use it, so we're going to have to do a CBDC or we're going to have to go to gold and silver and more sovereign dollarium. So one step at a time, one process at a time, but keep moving.
Correct.
That's the point of all of this for everyone. Is just keep moving. We don't judge anybody for using fiat. We just know it ain't going to be here, so we don't want them to be without a handful. They got a handful of fiat and can't buy a banana. We don't will that for anyone. So we've already put everything in place. Now we're just getting accustomed to using our system. That's all we're doing right now. It's just using it and seeing, okay, I did this, and this happened. Okay, let me write something. Let me write the policy for this part. Let me write the policy for that part and make it the law. That's all we're doing. That's how this works. That's how this works. Period. You'll never have to deal with another demonstration that requires some trauma of some kind. You know, for some it's traumatic for them to have an actor acting as a policy enforcer to pull them over. They're traumatized by that. Okay, you'll never have to deal with that trauma again. Write the policy and the process that is to be used when people are being pulled over. And then in that policy, you just state, okay, not City of Federal Way, you just, because you're not at the City of Federal Way Corporation, you're at Federal Way. Okay, now I'm at Federal Way. That means that any police, I'm the head of them, first and foremost. We all are. Secondly, if you see a tag that looks like this, because we notified you that this is our tag, then don't even bother. Don't waste your breath. Don't waste your energy trying to pull us over. Don't do it. And when you write the policy that way and you identify the parties properly, you're the chief for police and they are subjects in the office of police. They will do exactly as commanded. Exactly as you stated. And here's the thing. If we leave something out in our writing, then they'll demonstrate that, okay, we can't pull you over, but we can send this in the mail or whatever. Okay, then you write another part of the policy that says, don't send this at all if you see this. If you see that, don't send that. And if you see this, do this, or don't do that, or don't do anything. And really, we don't even say don't do it. We tell them exactly what to do. Police should do this when they see these tags. And then that's the purpose of notifying them that we have the tags, so that they'll know what to do.
Right. Because like I said, I have a friend right now who I even took the picture of her private plate that she designed. It's just a simple thing. And she's moving around, doing her thing, and she has done her notifications, and I don't see nobody troubling her. I even drove with her just a few days ago, so yeah.
And now we would encourage her to just write the policy, the police policy, and then notify them that this is the policy.
Right.
For police when they see these types of tags.
Right. Correct.
Because they have to know what to do when they do see the tag. They have to know what to do. As we demonstrate, the ancestors will give us so much grace to get to the next step and the next level, and to demonstrate the next level. And right now we're at chief executive officer level because we're writing the policy for all companies, all resources, and everything. That's what writing the policies is all about, is we know we're the CEO. And guess what? All those that were acting as CEOs, they enacted being scared that somebody might shoot them, so they're just ridding the record and jumping ship. Well, we don't care. We don't care how you obey the word. Just obey. We don't care what song and dance y'all do. We don't care if you have to enact COVID to shut everything down because we said no more fiat, and then slow that stuff all the way down to a complete halt. Even as we do it, they do it. Even as we proclaim properly how things are to go, how we're to get groceries and things of that nature. All we have to do is write it and publish and notify, do it by court action, provide the instruments, and then demonstrate them. Demonstrate them. And if the demonstration goes a particular way, then you'll know what to write next. That's how you create your whole world.
Yeah. Sure.
Really, I'm glad that your spirit was receptive to seeing and to knowing, because it's important that we all know that we are the gods for everything. No one moves until we say move.
Well, I've never been against it, because sometimes people hear me ask questions, they feel I'm against. No, I am a man who I want the complex to be made simple, not the simple to be made complex. And so I try to ask the right question that gives direction, and it's not necessarily just for me, it's for people who may be doing things, a little bit of knowledge, the Bible says, is a dangerous thing. You want to get the full knowledge of what you need to do, because a lot of people end up in a lot of problems because they learn a process and they go implement it, and they leave a lot of other stuff undone, and then they get themselves into problems, and then, so I have always been, it's law that people can self-govern. It's law.
Yes.
You can self-govern, so there's nothing illegal about being self-governed. It is justified by law, right? There are countless statutes, code, laws, institutions, whatever, that tells you have the right to self-govern. Even here in Canada, they tell you have the right to self-govern. So it's never a question as to whether we are doing something legitimate or not. The question is just how to go about it in the proper way so that you avoid the pitfalls that there are.
Yeah. And here's the thing. We are also, not only are we the government, but we're also scientists. That's more science. Science requires that once we write the process, that we then test the process. See, yes, we were being tested when we did not know But now that we know, we're now doing the testing.
Right.
See, at some point you rise above being tested and you become the testor testor instead of the tested. So now we're the testor and we're testing our systems. We're writing the law and then test it again, writing the law and then test it again and see what happens, see what comes back, see what the system says and all of that. That's where we are right now, is we're the testor.
Right.
So just keep working and don't be afraid to be tested, because you're going to test right out of the place of being tested. And then you become the testor and you start saying, okay, let me test some things. Because let me tell you, I'm still trying to be as quiet as possible about some of the things that we have manifested. There's nothing we cannot manifest when we start becoming the testor and test the system.
Right. Oh, by the way, I need to say something before I close. Now I noticed you read something today that was very significant, and it kind of it's talking about the ancient writings and all of that, the significance of it and all of that, and I know, like, I must confess my sins. One of the documents, I basically had translated back to our modern English because I found that and the reason I did it is that I have a friend who is caught up in the court, and you know, when he takes his document, they're saying they don't understand this. Because you haven't put out the dictionary as yet. We haven't put out the dictionary as yet. So we need to put out a dictionary because we have created a language, right? So they need to understand what are these words saying, you know, maybe translate it to English or whatever. But the point is, now I'm rethinking, changing the documents, because the ancient thing there is significant, how it was written, you know?
So here's what we do. This is what we do in those cases where we know that people have to look at what we're doing. So we always do this is the page or the logo or whatever for King County Superior Court, whatever. What we do is we create, first we do we send our fiduciary affidavit. Yeah, we do that. But then with that, we would send what we call a legal document. Because, see, we send our lawful court action, but then we do a legal document, and this is how we do the legal document, so that we use I wouldn't call it common English, but that's kind of what it is. That's the English that we were taught in the animal husbandry schools, but it's not that English. It just looks like that English. It is commercial English, you could call it that. It's a different dialect of English, but it's spelled the same way. So what we do is this. I'm going to take can you all see King County on the screen?
Yeah.
Okay. Now let me go to our document here. This is what we do. What we would do is not only do we send our fiduciary document, but then we take the logo and we would change something about this logo. Like we turned this logo red, talking about our King County that we do. And then we put the date at the top, and we may put it in Roman numerals and spell it anciently. December,
silly ghetto ass niggas, this shit ain't never gonna work. Never. It ain't gonna fuck.
And then whenever we're really right, they get loud because they don't want us to. Okay. So then we would just speak in common or commercial English here.
Wrong again.
What we do is we speak in commercial English, so we spell everything a certain way, and you know, we do it the way we do it. And then we would say subject, Robert.
You
And
can spell it however you
I'll
want.
just use this as a and then we spell it in a way that is it looks like modern English. And then we issue whatever we're going to issue. We nationalize the logo and we issue it the way we will to issue it. That way, when we send our ancient English court action, we then translate it for them, for the subjects in the office of, and put it on king and put it on king, county, the land letterhead. So and then that document is on 8.5 by 11, but it always accompanies an 8.5 by 14 court action by us, usually the fiduciary document.
Mm-hmm.
That way, you don't have to translate it for them. You can just issue your ruling, and this is the way we would do it. And we've done this many times. Put your information at the top. Like that. And then just go ahead and start speaking about the court ruling. And we call them cause numbers. So we would say cause this is the cause, and they call it a case number. We call it a cause number. And then you start talking about what the verdict really is. And this is concerning status first, always. The status for Pauline Ritchie. And then you talk about the status that Pauline Ritchie has from a legal perspective.
Mm.
The plaintiff is a and we could even just
going to work. Never going to
is
work.
a tool
Never going to work. Never
for the fiduciary who is, so then this one would probably be in all capital letters right here. Because they're always speaking that way. We're not talking about their black bear. We're talking about our brown bear.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? And so there is no cause against her, nor has there been. The cause number here is restated or is issued by Washington, period. Not Washington State, not State of Washington, not any corporation. It's the land.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then we go ahead and issue whatever it is. So if they're saying that that she ran a red light, there's $150 due. This cause number indicates that there is $150 credit due to the plaintiff. The debtor is notwithstanding. And then you can just go ahead and sign, honor, like that, and then autograph it, stamp it, sign it, seal it, and send it. And I usually do these in blue, but I put the logo in red. So if I were to pull up my King logo, it would look similar to this one, but it's in red. We've done it many times. In fact, I'll just go ahead and pull it up really quickly.
And what's the general feedback?
Yes.
What's the general feedback?
The general feedback is always what it should be, which is either we don't hear from them ever again, or the system will remove, and this is what we've seen, the system removes completely any claims. The system just wipes it out completely and it disappears.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see, here is the King County logo that we restated. Here's ours right here, where we have the logo is in blue or red, and then we put the letters in blue. And we put this one at the top of our document. So instead of the black one, ours has color to it. So our document looks like this, and then we autograph it because we're the Chief Justice for King. And we notify the subjects in the office of King County. We send it out, and when we send it out to the address that's written like our address, where it doesn't have a zip code, and we spell everything out. And when we do it that way, the record corrects.
Empress, do you add notice to agent is notice to principal? Do you add that in there, or it's not necessary?
I don't add that in there because they're not agents, they're not principals, they are subjects. So I just speak to them. That's the only title they have, and I don't care if it's the grocery store, the court, the police, the governor, the mayor, the president, whatever. They're none of those. They are subjects in those offices.
Okay.
And so whatever office I'm speaking of, I nationalize the logo and do a company document. This would be considered a company document. In other words, it's on 8.5 by 11 paper, and sometimes I'll put it on 8.5 by 14, and because it's still an affidavit, and that's what we call it. This is here. Let's put that on here as well.
They're subjects because of their status, European status. That's correct.
No, they're subjects because the office that they're in, no matter where they come from, if it's Moors in that office, they're subjects because they hold that they're in that office. All offices are under our authority. Operation. So this is a King County affidavit, and then I give the affidavit a number. So it would be affidavit 420476696, because that's the cause number, you know. And then I'll
So
get
but the rationale, you're saying why they're subjects and we are in authority, the Moors, what is the rationale you would say, the main rationale for it?
The main rationale for that is that it doesn't matter what their citizenship status or their nationality is. If they are employed or working on our land, then they're subject because they're providing a service or doing some work. Anybody providing a service or doing work, who are they working for? Who are they providing the service for?
Yeah, but isn't that going back to their status? It has to be status, because if their status is that of a European origin and they came here seeking refuge and, you know, and we took them in and then they do a lot of fraud and try to usurp the authority of the Moors. So I'm just saying the mere fact that they are not originally the original people of the land, that's what makes them subject, because they're not from here. They're just been invaders, basically.
So yes, but let me add a little more clarity to that. The subjects that came here, whether they were looking for freedom or work or purpose, they all still are subjects. They all still have same. That's the same thing that made companies start forming here, because we didn't have companies before, not like that. We did everything here. But when companies started being, and you're right about the status piece, when those of different statuses, of the different status who were not our status, started wanting to work and doing work and forming things here, then that also added to the fact that, yes, they are subjects. But see, there's no thing moving that's not subject to us.
Which is really why they use corporation as a guise, because they could not come in their status because they know that they could not stand. So what they did was to use the trickery of going undercover using corporation.
Yeah. Now, let me show you really quickly, and then we will adjourn, where that is found, and we have to restate this also.
Empress, this time before we adjourn, the noble that was talking about the red number on the card, is it possible you could put it? You could put, if you're listening, could you put your link in the chat for me, or you could take mine? I'd like to talk to you further. Thank you.
So they got AI putting results out here on the internet. Okay. Let us point you to, no, not this. Let me see. I'm just looking for a PDF of the Holy Quran. I believe this might be the PDF right here. It's one of them. It's not. Nope. Here. If this is the whole thing, I hope it is. Let's see. Okay. I will to show chapter 2. No, chapter 29. Let's just see if we can get a copy of Circle 7 up on the screen without having to spend any fiat. Here's one. Let's see if we can get to chapter 29. So we can read to you really quickly. That's chapter 19. We're almost there. This is 29. Magistrate and subject. Okay. Can you all see this this on the screen? Oops. Can you see magistrate and subject on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. We'll just do verse 1 and 2. So the reason this is called magistrate and subject is because all of us are justices, okay? And then we have subjects. It's in the Bible, in the book. This is a Bible too. Bible just means book. This is chapter 29. It says this. It says, O thou the favorite of heaven, whom the sons of men, thy equals, have agreed to raise to sovereign power and set as a ruler over themselves. So what this is saying is that when we were claiming to be the sons of men, which we never were really, then the subjects were our equals. That's what that whole all men are created equal, this is where it came from. But they're not all created equal. And so the subjects were here. They agreed to assist us in raising us to our own sovereign power and set us as a ruler over them. So them acting like courts and acting like police and all of that they did in the previous era was them showing us what courts and police do. In a corrupt manner, of course, but they were showing us that this is what courts have the power to do everything, and police have the power because of the court is behind them and all of that. They were showing us so that we could then learn, remember how to do it ourselves. And it says here, consider the ends and importance of their trust. That was a trust also. More than the dignity and height of thy station. Thou art clothed in purple and seated on a throne. The crown of majesty investeth thy temples. The scepter of power is placed in thy hand. But not for thyself were these ensigns given, not meant for thine own, but the good of thy kingdom. That is the separation between us and the subjects. That's why we are the magistrates and they are the subjects. Period. And that goes for whoever's working, whoever's doing whatever office. We have dominion over all offices. So this is where there's really only two statuses. Judges, justices, the Moors, we are the judges for the whole world, and then subjects. Okay? And it doesn't matter what title the office has, all titles belong to us. And then we have subjects in the office of those titles. They're subjects. They're not subrogators. They're not the office. They don't even have the authority of the office. That's why we have to write everything. Because even the subjects are a part of the system. Are we clear, Moors, on why the offices are subjects? So again, this doesn't even say anything about nationality. It's just talking about us and them. Because see, all men are created equal. All that means is that when we were minors and acting like minors in the previous era, that's what made us equal in the enactment. It was an enactment. Now that we are the majority means that we're old enough to govern ourselves and to govern the subjects. We now do that. Okay? So that's where that subject thing came in at. With that being stated, if we have no further questions, comments, or wisdom from this Congress for this moment, we will adjourn until the coming Sunday. Yes, Justice?
I just want to say I appreciate all your work and the fact that you deal with these idiots, the Albions coming in with the foul language, and the fact that you can talk to us and talk to us, and you got octopus hands. You feel me? You got so many hands you can work with, and you wear so many hats. So I want to say, Allahu Akbar, Alhamdulillah, you are the best.
Thank you, Nobility. And actually, my Empress Ravana Moore, my daughter, she is actually the one doing most of the kicking out. She kicks them. She's up doing that. So she's been paying attention. That's her job, actually.
Well, that's a great thing because you need help. With that idiot, all three of them, they just need to be. No, that's okay. But I appreciate you and everything you do. And Empress Shasha, the same for you, Mamacita. Have a good one. Peace and love to the Congress. Islam. I yield.
Indeed. Thank you, Nobility, and thank you all.
But I don't believe Islam. I don't believe in the tooth fairy. I don't believe in ghosts. I don't believe in duppy. So why would I spend my energy chasing something that I don't believe in? So these guys spend a lot of time chasing something that they say is not doesn't make. Why are they spending so much energy? It's stupid, man. Stupid,
well,
really.
They are 100% believers in what we're doing. They believe more than
they're trying to convince themselves or trying to convince somebody that what we're doing is not legit, you know.
Yeah, they believe it. They know it's true or they wouldn't be here.
Right. Exactly. So why would you spend so much energy? I mean, every meeting for how many years now? Gosh.
Yeah.
3.
It's funny. This evening I was noticing every time the matriarch would say something that is truth, they would rebut it. And that confirmed it for I that it is so.
Yeah, indeed. Islam.
Islam, Empress.
Yes, Islam Nobility.
I will affirm all that has been stated with the moving forward and your ability to, manage all of this the way that you do. I will to acknowledge all the empresses on the call as well as the nobles who have taken part and who have contributed to tonight's session. I will to also request at your earliest convenience to chat with you a bit. I don't know how your availability during this next cycle would be, but I will to discuss something concerning the more sovereign alarium.
Islam. We'll meet. Is it okay to meet maybe after the next meeting, or if you have a phone, you can always call.
Okay. Yes, I can call.
Can you see the chat?
Yes, I can see the chat.
Okay, just one moment. There is the number in the chat.
Okay. So I want to chat with you. Is there a time frame that is suitable? What?
Tomorrow or Tuesday would be in the afternoon would be good time.
Okay.
I'm going to give it to.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Sure. Anyone else who wills to have the number, please feel free to pull it from the chat. Islam.
No, I'm not on my computer. I'm on my phone, so I can get it when I get on my computer, right?
Yes.
In the chat when I okay. Islam.
Yes, Islam. Islam. Peace and grand rising to the sovereign, original, indigenous, natural, divine heirs. Islam.
Islam.
Peace and grand rising. Over on the second verse.
Islam. Wealthy rising.
Peace and love, Moors.
Yes, wealthy
Much
rising
success to you.
indeed.
Islam. Peace and love to the conference.
Islam. Peace and love.
Islam.
Islam. Malambi Azola. Peace and love.
Islam.
Peace and love.
Islam.
Peace and love. Peace and love.
Gratitude to the matriarch. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Empress. Peace and love.
Peace and love.
Islam.